Yeah.
Good foundation. Okay. So I appreciate it. Should have. Yeah.
So I don't know if all of you heard me. There's just a sign-in sheet going around. Just please sign in for our meeting minutes. Thank you. Okay. So our first item is public comment.
Are you good?
That's lovely. Thank you.
Hello, board members. My name is Clark Curry. I'm the class president of the class of 2027. As I stand here today, my voice is the voice of the student community. We want something to change. Recently, there's been staff who were removed that were some of the most valued to our student body, and we do not understand why. We feel there's a lack of transparency around these decisions between the administration and the student community. Transparency should be given to the people these decisions are directly affecting, which is where we question why they're removed. The students do not understand why such impactful people to them are being removed, and we would like more information as to what happened. The students miss people like Jason Rasko and Grace Berg. They both reached out beyond school-wide connections, making a tremendous effort to connect with each and every person in this building. These two people made a true bond with each student, giving a warm welcome and bringing the compassionate, caring, and happy presence that we desire in our school. All while being respected mentors, leaders, and true role models to our students. These people truly do their job with the best intentions for our students and create the best environment for every learner, making sure everyone feels like they belong. By the removal of these people for unspecified reasons, we feel our school administration doesn't align with the very sentiments and morals they promote. Our educational environment and our culture has been significantly disrupted and damaged time and time again. Having the people we respected and cherished be removed has signaled this misalignment to us. We know that in order for the students to succeed, we need an environment and leadership that we trust and we feel represents us as a whole. Thank you for your consideration. I hope that we as a school community are able to come to a solution to have better transparency and alignment between the leadership and students and create an environment that students are able to feel represented. I understand that specific elements of these situations, such as beloved members of our community being let go, are required to remain confidential for various reasons. However, there can and must be more done to prevent these major disruptions and school-wide upsets from continuing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm Charlie Prouty. I apologize for my appearance. I'm coming from a dress rehearsal. As president of the senior class, at the very least, I owe it to my peers to do what I can to represent them this evening. I'll attempt to not let my passion and personal connection to the situation we're facing get the better of me. I preface this not only to give awareness of my delicacy and sincerity in delivering this speech, but emphasize the ripple effect recent decisions have had on students like myself. I'll say the same for Clark, who just spoke. The both of us are extremely passionate and very frustrated. Beyond that, we're fearful. We're here seeking a better learning environment for everyone. Our district and our administration have contributed to a reactive system rather than a proactive one. Various issues are rooted in this core flaw, which have brought us to where we are today. There are countless instances which have occurred in the past semester, which have brought me to such conclusions and opinions. I won't get into great detail, but they've involved pointless detentions, unjust persecutions of faculty members, and have compelled me to make a statement. This evening, I want to prioritize the essential frustration that has taken the focus of many of my peers. Not for what it means in its own right, but for what it represents and how I'd like to see our administration move forward. Grace Berg was let go under tumultuous and hazy circumstances, which amounted to a student and faculty upset. What's worse is this situation has only perpetuated division. This division was seen last year when we lost an integral spark which lit our student body. Amidst low morale, dipping student engagement, and a disconnect with administration, Jason Rasko revitalized school spirit. He brought forth something irreplaceable, something we were in desperate need of. We were gifted with a warm and optimistic foundation for a more interconnected system, only to be abruptly torn out of reach. A growing spark which quickly fizzled. Frustration from students and faculty were made known at the following board meeting after the situation with Roscoe became public. Many of those frustrations were never resolved. I won't get into the flaws or the inner workings of how Roscoe or Grace were let go. I already know more than I probably should about both. While it's important we acknowledge the flaws and decisions made, lingering on details isn't productive for what I hope to accomplish. I don't mean to discredit the work that I hope is being done here. I mean to warn you of the building frustration and lack of trust which is festering in the community as a result of these decisions. What is productive is we admit both situations could have been handled better. Both situations were very different, but have had an equally significant impact on our school. We cannot allow our school to make the same mistake twice. By mistake, I'm directly referring to what's seemingly a lack of accountability, transparency, and urgency within our admin. The mistake is how we've navigated the aftermath of poor decisions. I'm not referring to the choices already made, no matter how much I disagree with them or feel they were flawed. I'm addressing what can be done in their fallout. At the very least, we can't be ignorant to the intricacies of our choices and the opportunities for growth in acknowledging their flaws. As students, as student officers, we don't know the full picture. I'm not asking to know things we shouldn't or can't. I'm not asking that we undo what can't be undone. I'm asking for transparency and accountability. This was a poor decision. Until we acknowledge that or even properly address how the community feels, the divide within admin will only grow stronger. I thank all of you for meeting this evening and allowing me the opportunity to share my thoughts, my opinions, and what I feel needs to be done. Thank you.
Keep it quicker than they did. Thank you for hearing me. Thank you for hearing my fellow students, some of whom need to get back to rehearsal as well as I do. This is unfortunately not the first time I've been addressed the school board, but I hope, especially considering I'm a senior, that this is the last time I feel compelled to. In addition to being a senior, I'm the secretary of the class of 2026, and I believe I speak on a large portion of our class. If I come here today to say anything, I want it to be this. Grace Berg was a valued member of our community, even if she wasn't in a position that was necessarily student-facing. I interacted with her more than others because as the yearbook's business and money manager, I earned the right to waltz right down to her office in the main office. Now, as you are all aware, I'm sure, I can no longer do that. Unlike Jason Rasco's removal, where the impacts will be directly student-facing, Grace Berg's forced resignation represents something scarier, that nobody can be sure of their job in this building. What concerns me most is how these sudden and unexplained decisions affect the climate of our school. When choices are made without transparency, it creates fear, not only for students, but for the staff who support us students every day. Many teachers, whether they say so directly or not, are worried. And when they are worried, when they feel unsure of their place, that affects every classroom and the learning environment within it. It seems that decisions like these are made without a consideration that perhaps student voices and especially students' needs should be considered, and that's why we're all here today. I fully accept I don't know all the facts. I fully accept I only know one side of the story, and one that I cannot be sure of at that. But I do know one thing. Teachers in this school are scared for their jobs. Grace's resignation only compounded that fear. There is an adversarial culture being fostered between administration and faculty. Not only does this posturing make no sense to me as a student, but whether they let on or not, I can see it in my teachers. I see their hesitation when we discuss matters like this in class. I see their hesitation when our principal walks through the door. They wouldn't admit it, but I see it. More than being scared for the future of my education and the future of education in this school for the students in grades below me, I'm scared for some of the teachers for whom this job is their livelihood. The school board needs to hear this warning. You need to do something now to correct this divisive and toxic environment that this school has become for its faculty. And it needs to act swiftly. Thank you.
You remind us of your name, please.
Wyatt Moyer.
Wyatt Moyer.
Moyer, yes.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Aubrey Coffey and I'm a junior here at Mount Abe. I would like to speak on the topic of a very important person to me tonight. I was pleased to meet Grace back in 7th grade as an administrator in our school and have looked up to her greatly ever since. When I was able to connect with Grace on a different level was on our school trip to Ireland in 2024. She shows how she is a present soul in our school community by showing her support at sporting events and other outside curriculars. She is someone that puts others before herself and genuinely cares about the students' well-being. I'm here in support of an administrator I love and the statement made before me.
Thank you, Aubrey.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? I don't see any, so I'll close this public comment section. Yeah, Herb?
Yeah, can I ask that the students' remarks be included in the minutes of our meeting, please?
Yes, they are.
They are not public.
Do you mean their full statements?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, it would be helpful, I think.
They're part of the recording, and if they want to give us a copy of their statement, they can.
We can ask. We can
That's
ask
what
for
I'm
a copy.
That's what I'm thinking. They had some prepared remarks and um, that would be helpful. Rather than my trying to remember what was said exactly.
Next we have an action item to approve the agenda, but we need to make a small adjustment to the agenda to add an action item underneath the community engagement committee's update. And that action item would be presentations for select boards from the CEC. So if I could get a motion to add that action item. Yeah, I'd move. Second. Riley seconds.
Yeah.
Any discussion? Yeah.
Yeah, so I've been looking at the agenda, it's a full agenda.
Yep.
And some of the items potentially conflict with each other, I think. Not to put you on the spot, Mike, but Mike is at some point, gonna explain what the facilities and finance committee is up to in terms of trying to put together some information that I think is kind of relevant to some of the stuff that the community engagement committee is doing. So, and it kind of overlaps, and it sounds like we're on a different timeline for that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm concerned about that.
Sure.
So I'm, it can wait till we come to it, but I'm not comfortable, for example, taking action on the community engagement committee presentation. I guess approval is what you're thinking of. Because I think it's in conflict with some other pieces that are going on, both in terms of content and in terms of timing, that kind of thing.
Okay. Can we hear from Meredith and see what she says, and maybe we can work out a middle, maybe not? Let's continue the discussion.
Yeah, I
Okay.
just, if we're talking about the agenda and if there's gonna be an action item on the presentation, select board presentation, I think that there's some issues there that need to be resolved.
Okay. Meredith?
I think surfacing those issues would be really important. And if we as a board don't want the CEC to present to select boards, we can vote it down, but I still want the board to talk about it based on the discussions we had at our CEC meeting. So just based on discussions that are ongoing, my preference would be to talk about it. And if we talk about it and we as a board don't want to move forward with doing anything for select boards, let's vote it down. But I still want to talk about it. Does that make sense, Erin and team?
Yep. Brad? You disappeared. Brad had it. Oh, Brad, can you hear us?
You gotta talk to us, Brad.
There you go. Sorry,
There we go.
I'm having some technical problems. Sorry about that. I think, Meredith, that the issue is not whether to make presentations to the select board, but exactly what would be presented to the select board, because it seems like there's a real overlap between what the Finance and Facilities Committee decided to do last week and what the CEC decided to do. And I think that, again, separate from the issue of whether the board goes out to the select boards, I think it's really important that whatever message goes out, from the various committees of the board, they ought to be aligned and pretty much be the same. So I think that's the concern, at least as I see it.
I agree completely, which is why I wanted to talk about it today and why the presentation was sent out ahead of time. Like, all I'm saying is I want space in the meeting for us to talk about this. That's all.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah, well, I was just gonna add that it's not finalized, right? That where I think we're talking about elements of it. It's not done. And the next CUC meeting, to the best of my knowledge, Meredith, we're looking at it again, going over it again. So it's not but I think that I hope that during the discussion, we can talk about approving going to select boards. And not that the presentation is complete, because we're definitely counting on adding more information to it for sure. That's the plan. Would be happy to have it on the agenda.
Well, and I know that our community is asking for something. And so I think a discussion is great, and I think an action plan is needed. Because if people don't get information, they're gonna make up information. So I think it would be great if we could discuss it and then do something and move forward.
And I think right now we're just talking about, do we want to add this discussion to the agenda or not?
Yeah.
And I would really like to add this discussion to the agenda.
Well, it would be an action item for your presentation. If you
Yes.
yeah, okay.
Yes, I would love to add that. And vote it down. Vote it down if we don't want to do it. I'm cool with us voting it down. I just want the direction from the board one way or another.
I don't see it that way, Meredith. I'm more interested in making sure that the work of our various committees are congruent and compatible. Ultimately, I think we do need to talk to the select boards. But I think it has to be done in a sort of agreed upon way. There are a bunch of considerations going forward. And well, we can talk about it, but I just wanted to emphasize, Meredith, that it's not a matter, from my perspective anyway, of voting down, whether we go to the select board. It's matter, how we do that, when we do that, and making sure that we're all on the same page.
100% aligned with you, Herb. 100%. Sorry, go ahead, Erin.
Well, I was just gonna say, I want that, the only way we could get to that is through discussion and making an action item. So I think the path is correct. And I'm hearing your concerns. I don't think anything decided tonight is a finalized thing. I think it's a step forward is what this is for, so that the Community Engagement Committee has a path forward. Not as a finalized thing, but as a way to continue their work on what they're doing, which doesn't trump or negate getting information from Finance and Facilities. Brad, you had your hand up again.
Well, I guess I'd support, adding it to the agenda as a discussion item. not knowing what the action would be, but as a discussion item, that seems perfectly appropriate, but not as an action item.
Can we vote on whether or not we add it as an action item?
Yep. Yep, that would be what we do next.
I guess I'm just confused on what, why we can't vote on it then. I mean,
We can vote it.
yeah, we can vote nay, then why is it there?
I think it's a big topic, and usually action items mean there's something finalized about that, and that can be a point of contention. So the motion's on the table, it's been seconded, so all those in favor of adding the action item for the CDC presentation for select boards, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
Okay, so the motion passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4, and 3 against. Okay. So next I need an action item to approve the agenda as amended. So moved. Patty first, Riley
I'll second it.
Thanks, Sarah. I'm sorry, who was first? Kathy after first. All those in favor of approving the agenda as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Herb's opposed?
Opposed. Brad's opposed.
Thank you. Any abstentions? The motion passes. Next is our consent agenda. Can you please get a motion to approve?
If I have corrections.
So we
We can
open
talk
it
about it
first.
after.
Yep,
So moved.
Mike first,
Second.
Justin second, discussion.
So on the October 30th minutes. For the second and third motion, it says that Melissa Laurie seconded, but I do believe she was not there
October when?
for the emergency board meeting. I think it was Meredith, you can correct me, but I think it was Meredith that seconded.
I think you're right. And then let's see what it is.
Sounds like something I would do.
Okay. We can change that.
Chris, do we get that in the minutes, just so it's after there too?
What item was it?
2,
It was this,
2 and 3,
yeah, second and third motion.
change M Lori to M Rossignol. Got it. Thank you. Any other discussion? Good. So we're not approving those minutes.
We can approve it as amended.
As amended, okay. Any other discussion in the consent agenda? So we're gonna approve minutes as amended? Okay. All of those in favor of approving the consent agenda as amended, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next is our executive limitations monitoring. So first we have our action to accept monitoring report 2.0 global executive constraints. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Justin first,
I'll second.
Kristen second. Discussion? Any discussion at all? No?
Said, I appreciate the thoroughness. And then the only thought was on the Swiss data, right, where I think the administration points out that that work is ongoing, and I think it's perhaps important to recognize that we see that the work is ongoing and are excited that it continues to be ongoing. So I see that there's compliance reported at the end, which I think is a fine summary with the understanding that that work to improve is important going forward.
Any other thoughts? Okay. Based upon the information provided, does the board find that the superintendent's interpretation is reasonable? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Does the data demonstrate accomplishment of this interpretation? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
All those in favor of accepting monitoring report 2.0, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Next is an action item to accept monitoring report 2.6, asset protection. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved, Kathy.
Kathy first,
Second.
Justin second. Discussion, please.
I'll jump in again. So it is sometimes, the only discussion I might have is maybe a process of thinking about next year's plan for these and trying to time this relative to when we think the audit will be available. It feels a little strange to have to report on compliance on number 7 about receipt process or disperse funds under controls that are insufficient to meet the board appointed auditor standards in the absence of the audit. So we might try to align this report to coincide with the period when we think we'll actually have the audit future. I think past audits are fine evidence that this has continued to happen and the rest of the evidence is sufficient. But it does leave an interesting point where it's clear that you would want to provide that if it were available, but it's not. And so I think it would put you in a position to try to provide evidence that isn't usually available at this time. So either working with the auditor to get it earlier or working with our board schedule to align this with that would be probably valuable.
Trying to think about when that would be. I feel like, Floyd, maybe you remember better than I, or board members that have been around a while. We have gone into January without a completed audit yet.
Historically, by now, we have at least a final draft and probably a management letter that's been shared with us, which we have today. But the last couple of years, we have been, the growth of the audit process has slowed it down. So the question on the table from my perspective is this a one-off or a two-off? And we're gonna come back into a better spot going forward, or should we push it? I don't think, I don't have a sense that pushes me in one direction or the other. We're fully committed and have supplied all audit requests to the auditor. And they're behind in getting back to us. And
I think it's worth thinking about. I think a January timeline is probably the safest bet to have a very high confidence that the audit will be completed by then to be included in that. And I wonder, does that make sense for something for policy and governance to think about, even in terms of the monitoring cycle? Because if we move this to January, would there be something else that we'd want to rearrange to not stack up January, but just kind of look at that calendar and see if something different makes sense?
Yeah, it's a small point, but it just feels like.
Yeah, I'd support that.
Your main.
I would support that.
Yeah.
That would be.
Yep.
I'd really rather hand Patrick this year's audit.
Yeah.
And last year's was fine, but this year is really clean.
And my initial thought is there's nothing else on here that we're missing out on by getting it in January instead of November. So I don't think there's a loss necessarily from other aspects. But there'd be the gain of the confidence of the audit, so that I think could make
And can we
sense.
use that as leverage against whomever we choose for auditors to say we must have a report by December so that we can follow our policy and be able to report in January, but no later than December?
Yeah, I don't know how practical that is or isn't, given the demand of the auditors. So we can say whatever we like, whether they can deliver on it, I don't know.
Well, that, I mean,
Or
last year
cost
they
to
had it
deliver.
for us. They
Yeah.
had it relatively early last year.
Yeah,
Last year was January.
I thought
was it the year before that
it
was?
One year it was early,
Yeah,
earlier than normal.
a couple of years ago, we were,
I suspect if I'm sitting in the auditor's shoes and I know I have more people that need audits done than I can get done in the timeline they all want it in. I would make somebody happy this year and somebody upset this year, but next year I'll try to get the people that are upset to be a little happier and just kind of managing that over the years. Could be perhaps what's at play a little bit.
Well, and I think we talked about this every year also, is it time to find new auditors? We've used these folks for how many years for it?
we have new auditors this year. I mean, same
Same
firm,
company,
but
right?
different auditing group,
So-
which is what they paid through, that informs to gap. To have different eyes on and I think the problem is that they're one of the few firms in the state that are auditing schools. So their caseload, his workload has grown in these last few years. And they're struggling to backfill to have staff to be able to better serve. They're much better this year than last year. And that they are continuing to grow and are continuing to add more school districts. Just because they're the ones. And yeah, I'm not adverse to going to someone else. And with no greater confidence that a different firm would get us through this process timeline any faster. Especially if you don't have the expertise in the school.
Any other discussion? Based upon the provided information, does the board find that the superintendent's interpretation is reasonable? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
The data demonstrates accomplishment of this interpretation, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
For now? All those in favor of accepting monitoring report 2.6, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes. Next, we have a financial report update.
I'll jump quick. Last month, there was a question on the combined balance sheet and the payroll tax, benefits payable. And how that is a declining balance over the course of the year, and I just wanted to point out that this month has dropped from last month and will continue in that direction. There was a question around that with Meredith last year or last month. I'm going to point that so she gets to see it. I'll take questions.
Melissa?
Melissa, thank you. I'm looking right at Meredith's phone, so.
Yeah, couple of questions for you. I remember at the Facilities and Finance Committee, we talked about surplus. And I'm wondering where in the financial report that shows up. Is that at the bottom of page 2 of the report or what?
Few page 2s.
I could be wrong,
Probably the simplest place to see it is on the general fund summary operating statement, which I think is page 2.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And if you draw to committed fund balance for projects and uncommitted fund balance, those two numbers reflect what you're looking for. So you have at the bottom, you have, fund balance with the ed reserve, capital fund reserve, uncommitted, committed. And then the total fund balance.
Um. Yeah, so yeah, I think we came out with a little over 1 million in uncommitted general fund.
But I think the number we talked about in
Yeah.
the finance committee
Yes,
is different than what's on here. This was a snapshot at the point of time on the end of October. We met post that and we've shifted some of those
Okay.
funds to 1 million of uncommitted. 1,020,000. It doesn't, you're not gonna see it looking at it. You'll
okay,
see it in the next month. So we've shifted to 1,020,000 of uncommitted for fund balance, leaving the balance of that as committed.
so that would show up in the next report.
Well, those particular numbers, the total won't change. It's just where we've allocated those two numbers.
And when we see that, where will that show up for, on this page 2 here?
So if you look at page 2 and you go down past all of the fund function balances to the bottom, there's 2 blocks.
Yep.
The top block is the fund balance unaudited. Starts with that fiscal year 26 fund balance unaudited.
Right,
The next line, ed fund reserve. The next fund, capital fund reserve. The next fund is the committed fund balance for projects, and the next line is uncommitted fund balance. That's where you'll see it,
I
and that's
see.
where it is now.
So when you say committed fund, you mean committed general fund? Or the reserve funds?
I'm not sure what you're asking. We gotta ask it a different way so I understand better.
It's fund balance, so it'd be unspent funds from the prior fiscal year.
In the general fund. I mean, most of this talks about the general fund.
Those were unspent funds from the prior year's general fund, yep.
That we're committed to those projects.
Right. But in terms of uncommitted fund balance is 750,000. And I'm struggling to match that with, the numbers that we talked about in the finance committee.
Right, which goes back to, this is a snapshot in time, and that's where we had allocated those funds. And by the time we had that conversation in the finance, we reallocated to 1,020,000 of uncommitted.
Okay,
And the balance being in committed funds. So those numbers that you'll see in the end of November will reflect what that conversation
Okay.
was.
I think I understand. So the uncommitted general fund balance increased from, the surplus increased from 750,000 to 1.7. Yes,
1.02.
1.02 is the
Yeah,
number that we've
roughly.
got for uncommitted fund
Okay.
balance.
So that's where I see
currently.
it. That line is where I see the surplus.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the financial report? No? Okay, how about the superintendent's report?
I'm feeling very hopeful about the Wellness Learning Center. Grant. So, just wanted to share that.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts? Okay. We'll move down then into the board management and governance section. And the first is an action item to accept monitoring report 3.4, superintendent performance. To send under separate cover for review.
No, 3.4 should be moved to January.
Oh, is that the one you sent
Yeah.
today?
Yeah. That was a recommendation last year that 3.4 be reviewed in January rather than in November. And the recommendation was accepted last year, but we didn't change it on the work schedule.
Okay.
Did everyone else receive?
No, so
Okay.
what Kathy's saying is like, last year we had moved to, as a board, to put this monitoring report in January instead of now. So this action item actually needs to be removed from the agenda and put into January.
I wonder if, so Jennifer was looking for minutes that reflected that and couldn't
December
find any.
17th,
Oh, okay,
December 17th.
okay, great,
24.
okay,
Right there.
great. Just wanted to make sure we had the
Move to
official,
January, you said?
to make that move.
So can I move to table?
Yes.
This item until January?
Correct.
Board meeting?
Yes.
Thank you.
All those in favor of tabling this action item for accepting monitoring report 3.4 to January, please say aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that motion passes. Next is an action item to accept monitoring report 4.4 for school board chair's role. Can I get an action or a motion, please?
So moved.
Kylie first,
Second.
Justin second, discussion? Any discussion on this one? None?
I'd like to recognize the fact that our chair has kept us totally in compliance with this, and much gratitude for the work that the chair has done this year and past years, and especially reaching out to our collaborative partners in other districts. It's much appreciated.
Yeah. Based upon the information provided, does the board find that the board's interpretation is reasonable? Yes or no?
Yes.
Does the data demonstrate accomplishment of this interpretation? Yes or no?
Yes.
All those in favor of accepting monitoring report 4.4, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next we have an action item to authorize the Community Engagement Committee to work with Up for Learning to plan an event around the portrait of a learner and ends work. Have a motion, please.
So move.
Justin first,
I'll second it.
Sarah second. Any discussion?
Yeah, so, that's fine. I am gonna have some thoughts about, I think a couple of items down from that. Talks about, discussion of the policy revision with Up for
Yes.
Learning.
Yep.
So I'll have some thoughts about that,
Sure,
but I don't have any problem engaging them
Great.
in the work.
thank you. Any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor of authorizing the CEC to work with Up, please say aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Next is an action item to approve these policies for posting. They're B3, C8, and F1. Can I had a motion, please?
So moved.
Mike first,
I'll second.
Kristen second. Just so everyone is on the same page, we take anything that we change within these policies and we put it into our P&G work plan. So you can go into our spreadsheet, you can go to the specific policy and you can find all the changes that were made to that policy. We take the model policies from VSBA and we copy paste those into ours. And then we just do the kind of track changes and we follow those through so that you can see exactly what was changed.
So apropos of that, that's helpful to know. Mm, um, I was very concerned. We've had a couple of student disciplinary matters.
Mhm.
And there are some features of our policy that I really worry about.
Mhm.
How is the best way to bring that to the board? Would that be a referral to the Policy and Governance Committee?
Yep,
And how should I ask that that be done?
you can just send me an email.
Okay,
Actually, send him an email because he's the chair.
okay, I'll send you an email to
And then you can just.
refer to the committee, review the student disciplinary policy.
Thanks, sir.
Sounds good.
I have some questions about B3, the alcohol and drug-free workplace.
Sure.
And I was trying to make sense of what you were explaining on the worksheet.
Yep,
So what's presented for B3, is that like the boilerplate from?
correct. Yep.
I don't want to belabor this, but I feel like there's certain language that could use some clarity. For example, I think on the second sentence of the policy, it says, no employee, volunteer, or work study student will unlawfully manufacture, distribute, dispense, possess, or use alcohol or any drug in the workplace. And I feel like the word any is what's hanging me up. It's probably really likely that we have staff that are taking legally prescribed medication. That are controlled substances.
Sure. We don't typically amend these without consulting with Dina, if it's, because these are already vetted through lawyers and such, but that we can take that note and ask Dina about that language and see if there's any concern about that.
That was my exact thought too.
Well, I think that the use of the words will unlawfully manufacture, distribute, dispense, or use, I think it's covered under that, because if you're taking prescription medication, you're working obviously within the law.
That's how I read that as well.
So I read that as well for the manufacture, distribute, dispense, possess, or use. Or possess, and then it says or use. I think if we use language like or be under the influence of illegal drugs at any time in the workplace could provide clarity. That was one. I had another question about down at the bottom. You provide like, I don't know what you call it. Number 3, the Drug-Free Workplace Act requires specific actions on the part of the employer, including workplace publication, and I gotta pull it up. Sorry, I'm working from computer. So you referenced that for the policy 3, but and I might just be missing it. It says this, and then comma, the next piece is the establishment of a drug-free awareness program with specific elements. And I just wasn't sure what that was and if that was covered. If we have like an employee assistance program, if that should be included.
So these things would go under procedure, which would be.
That was my question
Yeah,
too.
so those are also linked in the work plan, so if they're
Okay.
not linked, they're on our website, the procedures. So
Okay.
that's where that would be covered, and I also wonder about if it's in the employee handbook and or contracts language.
I think, so was somebody else gonna speak up?
Meredith had started to say something. You're good?
I'm all set.
Okay. So that's where this stuff would live.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay. Any other questions about these policies? Can I just clarify, Kylie, do you feel like the word any would be a hang up to move forward what we're moving forward today?
I mean, when I was looking through it earlier, I was thinking like there's accommodations through like the ADA and if we, right, like if we. And it also leaves us wide open, like if there's, what message are we sending to our staff, but also if there were grievances.
I think it's worth checking just to.
Yeah.
Even the next sentence where it says should, be under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Again, given that we define drug to be any other controlled substance. I have to imagine that this is a reasonable concern that you could be taking a prescribed controlled substance, be under its influence, because that's why you're supposed to take it. And nevertheless be in violation of this policy is written.
Yeah.
I don't know the way to clarify that, but I think it's a reasonable.
Okay.
It's a big catch.
Um,
And it might be as simple as just defining.
Yeah.
In redefining drugs.
Yeah.
To carve out those that were prescribed, right, by your physician, like. But
yeah,
that might just cover that's all, but I think that there has to be some acknowledgement that. Yeah, that this could be a problem, it's written.
like for the purposes of the policy, the word drug means any substance that's. And we kind of said it in our definition, like our definition, if you're gonna get technical, is not, like it lists some controlled substances, but not all of them, but then we kind of have the catchphrase at the end that mentions like all, what was the exact language?
It says any other controlled
Trying to
substance.
find it, yeah.
Any other controlled substance is defined by state or federal statute or regulation.
Yeah, which I feel like if we just said that, we could potentially just define it all, but. Yeah. And perhaps make mention of the THC because federally it's illegal and Vermont it's not, but other than that. I think that statement right there captures the entire definition of drug. If we were to run this by Dina, could I put my thoughts into writing and send that to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Cause if I had more time when I looked at this, if I had more time, I probably could articulate my concerns a little better.
Yeah. And there's kind of no rush, you can.
Okay.
Who made the original? Yeah, Meredith.
I'm also wondering if some of this could be fixed. I kind of hate to be this person, with an Oxford comma after the word possess, so that use alcohol or any drug in the workplace could be tied to the word unlawfully. And if it's as simple as a comma, if maybe that's easier than reframing the language.
Could be.
I know there's some English teachers that have strong feelings about this statement, so.
It's the second sentence, nor shall any employee, volunteer, or work study student be in the workplace while under the influence of drugs or alcohol. The second sentence.
Gotcha. Makes sense, Kylie. Thank you.
What would you change it to, Kylie?
I would change it. Putting me on the spot here.
I think she was gonna send that in a.
Something along the lines of no employee, volunteer, work study student may unlawfully manufacture, distribute, dispense, possess, or use alcohol or illegal drugs in the workplace. I feel like that unlawfully is important. It protects school nurses who are dispensing controlled substances. Employees may not use or possess or be under the influence of illegal drugs at any time in the workplace. employees, and then we could talk about impairment, right? Because like Mike said, if it's prescribed, it's right, it has a therapeutic effect. So we could talk about if such impairments affect their ability to perform their duties safely and effectively.
It sounds like we should table this and bring
Yeah, I was
bring
just
it
gonna
back
ask,
with some more. I would move to table.
who made the original motion? Mike did. You did, yeah?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, sure did. Take that as a friendly amendment to table this particular policy.
Okay, so we move forward for approval, C8 and F1.
Yeah.
Thanks for catching that, Kylie.
Okay, so all those in favor of approving for posting C8 and F1 and tabling B3. Please say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay,
Is this unfolds, it may be good to share with BSBA wherever
yes,
this goes.
I was just thinking about that.
A whole lot other thoughts on it, I didn't want to belabor.
I think it's like, if you can send me
We
that,
determine reasonable grounds, we determines what is under the influence, like there's all sorts of questions.
I love that. Thank you. All right, our next is a discussion item about the ends policy revision, and we have Lindsay on here, I think. Here she is. Hi, Lindsay, who's with Up for Learning. And she's sort of gonna tee up this discussion, and then we can walk through what I have presented to you all tonight and take thoughts.
Thanks, Erin. Hi,
Yeah,
everyone. Lindsay Hallman. I'm the Executive Director at Up for Learning and had the pleasure of working with your community last year through the portrait process to engage youth and adults in developing a vision for what all MAUSD learners should, what skills, attributes, and characteristics they should experience throughout their journey, pre-K through 12. So we were asked to support a couple different components of this work this year. One is thinking about moving from the portrait into practice in the schools, and each of the elementary schools and the middle school and high school have a youth adult portrait of a learner team who are thinking about how do we now take all this work that we did and the data that we collected from the community about what's important and put it into practice in our schools. And we've also been asked to engage with the Policy and Governance Committee, now the board, and then a group of folks to think about the ends policies, the ends policy, which then will lead to a next stage of thinking about the development of a strategic plan with youth and adults working on that together. So I'm not sure how much background you had on all that, so sorry if that was repetitive. And Harry Frank might be joining at some point. He had another board meeting, but he is, it looks like he might be here.
Lindsay,
Harry,
hi,
are you here?
I did just join a minute ago. Yes, I heard the
Okay,
end of
awesome. Okay. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes. Hi, good evening. I work with Lindsay at Up for Learning. My name is Harry Frank, and I was at Mount Abe this morning for an assembly with the middle school and high school students and staff to introduce and encourage them to engage in this work with us, the work specifically around the Portrait of a Learner implementation through the teams that are in each school. So that's my most recent contact. And then Lindsay and I have been talking about the work the board's doing with the ends policy. So look forward to helping wherever I can.
Thanks, Harry. So last week, I had the opportunity to meet with the Policy and Governance Committee just to support them in their thinking around the revisions of the ends policy. And I wanted to share with you, and I don't want to step on toes, Erin, so let me know if you want to share this, but I'm happy to do kind of the why and what of the ends policy and then toss it to you, or would you like me to?
that sounds lovely.
Okay, great. Okay. So I think if I'm correct, the last ends policy 2018, right, was the last time, yeah, is that correct? The 2018 ends policy was created. I could be totally wrong on the year.
I think it was actually created before that. It was re-adopted in 2018 when MAUSD was formed, but it predates MAUSD.
Gotcha. Thank you. And that was developed through a community engagement effort. And just to kind of back up to like why an ends policy, what is it, just in case, so we're all kind of speaking from the same place. The ends policy for a school district articulates a vision, and in policy governance, the board governs by focusing on what should be the results or ends of the district's work. What should students know, be able to do, understand by the time they graduate? And the end statement is a commitment from the board to the community about the goals of the district. And it also serves as direction to the superintendent regarding the board's expectations of the desired results. The granular everyday work, the particular methods for accomplishing those ends are left to the educational professionals in the district, the experts in education. And so last year, throughout 2024, 2025, youth and adults worked together to develop this shared vision through the Portrait of a Learner process. And similar to what I've heard from the history of the current ends policy, there is many folks engaged in this process, and likely this time around, there's many more people engaged in this process, really centering the voices of students and the community and staff throughout the entire process. And we, as you know, the community was able to develop a really strong and dynamic portrait, which really serves as the vision for MAUSD, and that vision really then becomes the ends. And whereas last time there wasn't a portrait to guide the ends, this time you have the portrait of a learner, what your community, what you believe that all young people should know and be able to do by the time they graduate. You have the ends, which really defines like, this is what we want all learners to achieve. It's a guiding document. And it leads to the development of something that then defines like what that looks like in action. And that's the strategic plan, which then articulates the timeline, the metrics for the goals and objectives that are put forth to achieve this big vision in the portrait. Harry, do you want to add anything, or anyone from the policy and governance committee also after Harry want to add anything?
Yeah, in coming or thinking about these sessions with you all, I was reflecting on the work I did when I worked with the Vermont School Boards Association and with a number of boards that were policy governance boards. I was just reflecting on the challenge of working within that framework, really working within any governance framework, which asks people in the role of governing to step back from the day-to-day operation and management and be able to look at the big picture. The beauty of policy governance, of course, is that it sort of categorizes that in a really clear way. And so ends, I think, serves in a particularly effective way to say, here's ultimately what we're aspiring to do and what we should be the superintendent really is the person representing the entire district, what the superintendent should be held responsible to. And so I remember the challenge of sort of, in one sense, sort of letting go of a greater sense of control over the mechanics of what gets you to the ends, but also finding a way to make sure that you are informed about what mechanically is happening. And maybe mechanically isn't the right word, but like in terms of measurable outcomes, so that you're confident that it is all building toward the fulfillment of the ends. And I do think that like it's in one respect, it's a leap of faith. In another respect, it really is dialing down into measurable practices so that you feel comfortable. It's like that trust and verify kind of balance that we're trying to find. So those were the thoughts I had coming into this, particularly as you try to focus on just the ends and making sure that it's not a be all and end all, but it is very specific to the outcomes that you're trying to accomplish.
I think from a little bit of a historical perspective, and then I'll take some questions, the ends hasn't felt really satisfactory. Or pointed enough so that when we look at a ends monitoring report, we're not seeing the evidence that we're hoping to see. And that's been a point we've really stuck to for the last 3 years, really heavily. And then before that, maybe a little bit more, yeah. And so the idea of this ends policy for me, and I have a lot of biases, I'm trying to check at the door, but the points for me are, how do we use this ends policy to frame up the direction we're headed versus where we are? And how do we do that using the portrait that we created, but also being kind of kindly and generally directive about the ways in which we'd like to see our resources used to better our students. And that feels like sort of the point of this ends that I've kind of, the draft I've sort of put before you is sort of a start to that idea. And that's just sort of where we are at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, so just to follow up on that, I think that sums up a lot of what I've been hearing in the board discussion around when we look at how things are going in terms of implementation of the ends policy. And thanks very much, Lindsay and Harry. I think you really encapsulated a lot of it. And I think one of the things that you're going to be able to bring to this is, you know, getting the community and students in particular involved in, developing this ends policy in a way that's meaningful. And that's key to me, you know, is it meaningful? I think someone said that the ends policy as right now, it's a vision statement, right? And it's really kind of very general kind of terms, aspirational kind of things. And that's fine. And you don't want to step on the administration's and teachers' toes in terms of what they're actually doing. Somewhere in the middle there, though, I think there's room to be more specific about what it is as a matter of policy that we want to include in the ends policy. And I'm looking at the strategic plan, and we've had discussions about this, you know. I know Kathy brings it up quite a bit in terms of, and some community members, in terms of, just to pick on one area, you know, academic sort of stuff. There are also lots of other important things. But, you know, obviously the ends policy doesn't say much about that. And I'm looking at the strategic plan, and it's got goals and it's got measurable targets. And to me, that feels like policy. So I'm not sure, Lindsay and Harry, exactly, you know, what your next steps are or how that deals with, you know, your committee, Justin. But I, for one, would like to see more of an integration of the types of stuff that's in the strategic plan that feels to me like policy, and try to incorporate it into the ends policy so that we can feel a little more comfortable in terms of that we've set some good policy and we're giving it to the administration to implement, and we can feel comfortable about that. So I don't know what the next steps are for you guys. Is it going to go back to your committee? I'm not sure exactly, Lindsay and Harry, what your next steps are. But I would certainly like to see you folks working to help accomplish. Maybe that's it.
So I guess one thing is that we're gonna flip it a little bit, only to say that the ends is first.
Okay, that was a dramatic exit. What?
Yeah. Are we not? Are we
We
not?
lost, Aaron, we lost you for a minute.
Yeah, we noticed, yeah.
Huh. There you are. Okay. You're back.
That was weird, sorry.
Pre-Zoom or down.
It's okay.
So flip it only to say that the ends policy would be the guiding document that the strategic plan is built on. So we would say, here are the things that feel really important that we'd like the administration to focus on. And then the strategic plan are the action steps to do that. So the reason why that's true is because the way we're shifting this ends policy is gonna shift everything that occurs after. Because they're gonna have to have ways to measure what we're saying in the ends policy that right now aren't in total alignment with the current strategic plan. So the strategic plan isn't policy per se. It's really a procedure on how to achieve what's set in the ends policy.
Yeah. I would say I think Aaron, that describes it really well. And how I always see it is the ends policy or this vision, the plan is always kind of reflecting back that vision, but it takes it into the specific and measurable, like steps to get there, right? So, I mean, if we are saying all learners are empathetic and then they have these different bullet points, how are we going to get there in year one? What will that look like? So, it's not a policy document, the strategic plan, but it allows you as a board, as a community, to ensure that you are always looking towards that vision, right? Like towards that ends policy, towards the portrait. It's a way to that accountability measure. So they both should be they should be reflecting each other. And I think that's an important piece. And I think that, and maybe I'm sure there's other questions, but Harry really spoke to that tension around like this says policy, ends policy, right? And doesn't, and when it's very visionary and overarching goals, it doesn't necessarily feel like how are we going to get there? And the plan is really the way to describe how you're going to get there.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. I hear you. And I think that's, traditionally how things have been done. I talk about tensions, Harry, right? So in my mind, there really is a tension between what you call policy. I look at the current ends policy as a vision. And in my mind, from my world and what I've done, a vision isn't really policy. A vision talks about, well, what are your real goals and how are you going to measure those things? And I'm not saying everything in the strategic plan is policy, but I think some of it is. And I, for one, think that if we're going to be comfortable about where we're going in terms of I'll just take the academic step for one. I think we need to be more specific about, what are our goals and how do we want to measure them? And that needs to be in sort of a general broad framework. But I think to not talk about that I mean, I just think we have responsibility to set policy in this area. How you do that, just in terms of, well, you're the chair. How your group figures out how to do that. I'm not really sure, but I mean, I hear what you're saying, Lindsay and Harry, but I don't think, personally, I don't think we're quite there if we just keep the vision as a very general kind of vision. At the ends policy is a very visionary kind of thing without getting a little more concrete about what it is that we want to accomplish.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I think that's a very valid point. And this came up, again, Harry and I are here to just really facilitate these conversations and to support you all in developing these next steps. When I was meeting with the Policy and Governance Committee, there was a question around, hazing, harassment and bullying policy. And like, where does that fall? Like, so there's the policies there are certainly policies, but that might, in this ends policy, there's a very overarching piece around safe and inclusive. MAUSD learners are safe and inclusive. This is what we want all learners to be able to do. Use strategies that promote their own and others' well-being. They value diversity, et cetera, et cetera. There's policy also in place in the district that supports, different components of that too. So I'm not maybe articulating it well, but I hear what you're saying and I understand what you're saying. And I think that's the tension point. And I think that there are a multitude of policies, right, that you all are responsible for monitoring. But the ends itself is really holding that big picture for all learners really strongly, as the North Star, so that everything that you're working on is always working towards that. And those are very lofty, big picture goals.
And I think that you raised, that was a really good point. So we have in the ends policy, a vision statement around kids being safe, right? And then we follow it up with specific policies to make sure that that happens, right? And that's if we just, so that's for this one area. And then I would think for, say, if you've got an academic area, you have the vision statement, but then it seems to me you got to follow it up with something more specific to ensure that we're going to be comfortable going forward, that we set policy on a pretty important area.
Yeah,
and I think
that thread is what I just made a note of. That is like, how do we in PNG make sure that we have the threads that link the ends to the other supporting documents? And it might be as simple as something on the bottom that says supports such and such point and ends policy something, just to make that link really clear to your point. Because we do monitor those on a yearly cycle, so those are monitored. The only one we don't really monitor is we do, but it gets trickier when we monitor the ends policy because it's so big. And so then finding all those specific points can be a little trickier to articulate in such a large document. But I think that's the reason why I sort of framed it up this way, which I followed pretty closely the way that Essex Westford has theirs, who is also a policy and governance board. And we had talked about that during our PNG meeting, about that being a pretty good example of an ends policy. But I outlined it sort of similarly to theirs, only because it allows us to, like, say we take safe and inclusive and we have 4.1.
Yeah.
There's certain data points that could be used for that one versus 4.2, which might have a different set of data points for.
Right.
I'll say one more thing and then I'll shut up because we've got to go. We got a lot of other things. And I know, we're going to change, strategic plan is going to change too.
Yes.
But I'm looking at the pages 4 and 5 of the strategic plan right now. And I know we're going to change that.
Yeah.
But it's got expertise in learning. It's got a goal. It's got a couple of objectives and measurable targets.
Yeah.
In my mind, that should sort of be a follow-up policy of the board to accompany the more general vision statement that's the end policy. I'll leave it at that. Because we got a lot of it.
No, that's okay.
I might just add something about this.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask a follow-up. which
Yeah.
is Just clarity of the process. To what extent do we as a board play a role in either developing or approving the strategic plan? Right, so if those become, as I think Herb's pointing out right now, the benchmarks by which we're judging the success of the ends policy. But if there is a disconnect between who's creating the benchmarks to meet the ends, I think this is essentially the tension that Herb is getting at. If the board doesn't have approval or oversight of that, then there may be a situation where we set up an ends And the benchmarks get set up in a way that we don't actually think align, and I think that that's probably where we feel we are right now.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Not to put too fine of a point on it. So I guess the broader question is, like, how do we ensure that we don't find ourselves in a similar position?
Yep.
To how we are now, where don't think that we were able to articulate the ends in such a way that it led to a strategic plan.
Yep.
That was aligned well.
Yep.
And I can ask the question, I have no idea about the answer.
Yep.
I think that, or about all the words in your mouth, but that feels like where we were getting at, and I think we've had those conversations and those concerns repeatedly.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was thinking that the strategic plan we currently have aligns with the ends we currently have. It doesn't align with the upcoming work.
Right, and I think just the next iteration, the making sure that what we're thinking we're asking for and the means to get there are aligning.
Like, and that we just know we have a process that does that, so anytime we look for a.
I think we're feeling the opposite. That we're not feeling like the current process we have to get the answers we're at, or the answers to the questions we're asking. Is getting us the answers. You know, oh
Like,
golly.
no, I think it's good.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about it. I think it's a great conversation.
Yeah.
Thanks for doing that word.
Well, I think part of the problem might be that, it's 8 years basically, but since we revisited it, and maybe build into the strategic plan every 2 years to set aside time to specifically review and ensure that we are aligning all of these pieces. But when you go for 8 years, everything changes. It changes in 4 days. So if we include that, I think we'll go a long ways towards not finding ourselves in this position again.
Yeah.
But do we have a role in setting that strategic plan, like those numbers, like where it says by end of grade 2, 100% of students are proficient, right? We all went like, how, I mean, it's a wonderful goal, but how can we as a board assess whether we're meeting 100% when we know that that's probably an unrealistic target every year?
And does it actually align with what the
And
ends
does
are
it-
asking?
It doesn't align with the ends are asking.
Yeah.
So I agree with the sentiment, but I don't actually understand, like, would we have the power to go in and say, every 2 years, the strategic plan isn't actually aligning? Like,
Yeah.
I fundamentally don't know, and maybe I should by this point, but I don't.
I have a couple of thoughts on that. So from a policy standpoint, thinking about policy governance. In theory, right, the board writes a policy that superintendent drafts a reasonable interpretation of. And so long as the interpretation is reasonable, if it doesn't produce what the board wants, it suggests there's something missing in policy.
Yeah.
To be thinking about how do we write a policy in such a way that a reasonable interpretation will produce the evidence that we're seeking, I think is an important lens. In terms of the process, so board members were involved and there were multiple teams that were drafted for the last strategic plan. Board members were members of that team. There are 50 people in total on those teams. And board members kind of sprinkled throughout. So in that way, the board was involved in creating with lots of others. And there wasn't a formal adoption. I think there was more of an endorsement, I guess, of the strategic plan than an official adoption at that point. Because the thinking at the time was the board's role in sort of adopting and acting on something was at the policy level. And under policy governance, that's where the board is expected to stay, is at drafting policy. And that the strategic plan was probably more akin to an interpretation than it was to policy. So it needed board support, but it didn't need official board action to approve or disapprove of because it wasn't a policy. I think thinking about what can we learn from the last process to better inform the next process is a great place to be. And that's what the last process was.
And by having a board member strategic plan oversight team, the vision was, as I think Liz, you might have been on it. Yeah, the vision was that much like your committees, there were updates being brought to you from your board counterpart at regular intervals. So you didn't have to wait a whole year to get an ends monitoring report from us on the big picture. You were actually getting some updates along the way on the work that we were doing towards the actual targets that were identified in the strategic plan. And the strategic plan, just to add, also acts as our continuous improvement plan. So it's an accountability measure that we are also held accountable to by the state. So it's how we get some of our grant funding. It acts in a lot of ways, not only for teachers to know what their focus area is based on what our goals are that we've established by looking at data, but also how we, as Aaron said, allocate our resources in a way that's going to give us the biggest bang for our buck.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, that is what happened, and yes, it was, I remember the presentation, I was expecting it to be on the board's action calendar, you know, for approval, and it wasn't. And I guess that was interpreted, it was a presentation, people had questions, he got answers, and I guess that was interpreted as an endorsement, which is fair. Yeah, I'm not saying that everything in a strategic plan should go into a policy, but I think some of the key elements, I mean, you can characterize it as interpretation, or you can characterize it as policy. That's up for the board to decide how specific they want to get about some particular elements of policy, I guess, that it should be something that the board has a greater role in terms of developing and approving.
Yeah.
Well, I want to jump in with a caution here because I think the more the board decides that it's going to define the plan, the more it's stepping into the management role. And the fundamental dilemma with that is if you're going to define what the management needs to do, then you're the responsible one. So if you go to the extreme and say, we're going to develop the strategic plan to align exactly with our ends, then the superintendent and the district is sort of left without any agency in conducting their role as educators. They're now given a template that they have to follow, which basically says the board is in charge of what you're doing every day. And I think that crosses the line into management.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say that, Harry, at all. You know, I think there's really a clear distinction between management and policy. And, you know, as a general matter, the board's supposed to set policy, and then the administration is responsible for how to implement that policy. And some of that might be, you know, so I don't see it quite as apocalyptic because I wouldn't think of trying to go too far there in terms of intruding on, you know, what teachers and administrators do.
but I do wonder, as we're thinking about the strategic plan process, like a question asking or an information seeking session from the board, just to say, like, could you tell us more about what this means or what this looks like or how this looks in action kind of thing? So for that sort of like a verification or a check and balance, if you will, of that idea of like, this is what we kind of see our interpretation of the ends policy being, does that match with what the thinking was for that? So I'm just like, as we think about this process going forward, there could be iterations where we're having information sessions, so.
And there may be all sorts of ways you do that.
Exactly.
And all sorts of gradations in terms of what the board does and what it doesn't do. All sorts of good stuff for your committee to deal with. Let's go.
I was going to say, just for the policy and governance committee, if I can not speak on behalf of them, but just advocate. I know that part of the next steps, just to share kind of like what's next, was to share this draft with you all, and then to spend time, you know, this evening to get some feedback, like what is really standing out as some strengths of this, and what questions do you have? Because those questions, we're going to have another time to come back together on December 9th with the committee to take all the feedback from the board and integrate that into a final draft of the ends for your approval. So I wonder, I know we have these big picture questions around all the whole, the whole process, but just specifically around the ends, I wondered if there was any like positive strengths that people wanted to lift up around this, or things that were, sticking out to them, or questions that we can like really grapple with at our next time together.
So I would have just one concrete then suggestion.
Sure.
You've got that number one.
Yeah.
Excellence in academics.
Yep.
And what I would ask the committee to at least think about is incorporating at least some of the provisions in the strategic plan around expertise in learning into that portion of the ends policy, or a separate policy, I don't care. But somehow either incorporating or as a separate implementing kind of policy.
Could you say that again? I'm not
Okay.
sure I'm understanding,
Yeah.
sorry.
There are two ways you could do it.
Yeah.
You could have, I think you were talking about this. You can have a visionary sort of ends policy,
Yeah.
general vision kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then like you do with student safety and harassment and bullying, you have then a separate policy that implements certain parts of how you're gonna make kids safe.
Okay.
You could, for example, keep something like it's in one, but then have another policy that talks about specific goals and objectives and measurements.
I see. Okay.
Or you could incorporate it all into the same thing. That's up to,
Can I-
Justin.
Can I-
Or do what you talked about before, which is find the correlations to the policies that
Yeah.
already exist. For example, if you're really thinking about expertise and learning, which are really around the academic proficiencies, let's unpack the proficiency-based graduation requirement policy that we already have. How could that potentially satisfy that component of a vision statement?
I also was thinking about the excellence in academics in sort of we often have opinions at the board level about where we're allocating resources. Like at one point, we put a lot of resources into math, and we often put a lot of resources into reading. But we've heard from many of our community members for many years about how social emotional health has been a real focal point or a point of interest, right? And so thinking about kind of globally where we would hope an emphasis would be placed, right, in our planning. And so I was thinking about that in terms of, we already have graduation requirements and proficiency-based learning things and things of like that. And I'm sure along with that, specific targets we're supposed to meet or hope we meet for different reasons. So that feels, and I don't mean to reduce it, but like boilerplate. What I'm hoping for is to say, and we would like a focus on this. So that's what this to me is.
Yeah, and I would say, like, I totally agree. And I would point out that everything that's in your portrait, learners are empathetic, confident and motivated, engaged, safe and inclusive. Those are all components of SEL blended, it's integrated into everything. So, I mean, SEL is all over this, right? And not to mention, one of your pillars is that MAUSD learners are skillful and knowledgeable. And the bullet says they build and apply foundational academic skills and practical life skills that allow them to participate and contribute to society in fulfilling ways. So you've really named that. That's a huge value to your community. Both the SEL components and the academic components are all in that portrait. So, I mean, it's your ends policy. Harry and I are here just to support thinking and facilitate. But I really think that you all and your community, because many of you were engaged in the portrait process, have already articulated this in your portrait. So I would just say, like, the hard work has been done. Now it's like really just thinking about what does this look like as the ends policy on a piece of paper or on a computer screen.
And I think in our PNG meeting, I had a lot of thoughts really about that. I wasn't satisfied with that idea only because we haven't been to Herb's point, like we haven't actually been pointed about the board is like, yes, the board values all the things that are listed as part of our competency ends. But the board hasn't actually said, hey, Patrick and admin, we actually want to see you put resources here. And we haven't done that really well. And so even though they're outlined as places to target and collect data on, that's not actually telling Patrick, like, we want that, like that above other things, or maybe that's not the way to phrase it, but that's sort of what I'm hoping that this said, makes it really clear that during your budgeting process, or when you're thinking about what our education delivery looks like for 27, 28, 29, that not only do we want academics to be part of our competency, but we really value kids having a lot of attention in this area.
And I think finding that line, right? So saying that in the term, in outcomes terms, from my perspective, keeps it more cleanly in the board's lane. Because I think when we start getting into, we want to see you put resources here, that's more management decisions. And in the end, the thinking behind putting resources someplace is to achieve some sort of outcome. I think if the board's language was in the outcomes realm and held accountable to the outcomes, the resources needed to get there become part of the means.
Right, which is why I kind of framed it like could be used as rationale for how we do strategic planning or budgeting, but I don't think I think part of the reason why the ends have felt so unsatisfactory is because we don't actually know what we're asking for. We haven't given a direction in terms of what we're asking for, and that feels problematic as we continue to think about this, and so
And I've heard we did a training on setting a board goal. So that was really, it was like really specific around like a really intentional outcome, and I guess it wasn't related to the ends, but that's what this sounds like. To me, is us coming together on a goal and being like, this is setting that goal. And then the superintendent is actually accountable to it. And then the superintendent gives the board, like, this is how you can support me in this goal, right? Like, and so then it was like a goal setting exercise, and then you check in on it and like.
And to me that, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, what you're saying really feels, and what you were saying too, Aaron and Patrick, is that like those goals, like, and that is what the strategic plan really guides. The strategic plan sets out the goals and objectives and for achieving those outcomes. And the outcomes is what the ends policy is articulating. This is what we want for all learners. And then when you have your plan, whether it's a 3-year plan or, 5-year plan, that is telling you like, this is our specific goals and these are our objectives under those goals. And this is how we're going to know when, how we're going to measure success. And that then informs, it informs the administration, it informs, you all as, the board in understanding how resources are allocated, because those goals are really specific and they are directly connected back to the ends. And I don't know if that makes sense, but that's the way I see it in my brain, but I know that like from where you sit, it's a very different place to sit. So
there are about 11 objectives in the sunsetted strategic plan that we went through a pretty specific process with our staff to narrow down to identify priorities, because we knew we couldn't put all of our energy, all of our resources, all of our time into all 11 of them at the same moment. So they did identify 2 top priorities. As you're talking, I'm thinking we were missing a board voice when we identified those priorities. We were missing youth voice when we identified those priorities. So something we could do differently the next time, using the strategic plan as the procedural document, is get input about, okay, now we've created it based on the ends policy. Everyone has input into where do we prioritize our efforts to begin with in a timeline.
Can I ask a question? So in our spreadsheet for the policy and procedure list, a lot of the A's say optional or other. Why do we have an ends policy? It seems like to Herb's point, the policy hangup is like the lack of narrowing it down. Like, could this ends not be a policy, but more of a guideline, and we just take it out of the P and G, and then we somehow use the strategic plan as our like as something we monitor, like Up for Learning is great, what we developed is great, but it seems like everybody's hangup is, why can't we write 80% proficiency on reading? Seems like to me, we should just scrap this if this says optional or other and try to use this as a guiding document for the board. Then, when the strategic plan comes, there's a select few of us or all of us or whatever it is, like the Up for Learning, community, and we try to come up with a strategic plan.
That is essentially what happens. Just like if we boil it down, like this is just that, what you said, a guiding document. And then the strategic plan is really the evidence-based stuff that goes into the ends monitoring report as justification of the work towards this. So that is essentially what happened.
We need it as a policy.
I think we use it because it allows us to ground the work that the superintendent is held accountable for.
It also articulates your commitment to the community, right? So like as a board member, you could have this on the board page. This is our end. This is what we are committed to our community as members of the community, as board members. So it has a dual purpose. It's different. And sorry to interrupt you, Erin, but I was just thinking about like the why. It's like as a board member, you want to be able to articulate back to your community what your commitment is to them as a school board. And 80% achieving literacy proficiency, that can be part of your commitment, but I think it's a bigger vision. Like this is what you want for all learners. And we're able to like reference this when I'm having a conversation. A community can look at that, a member of the community, anybody can look at that and say, yeah, I want that. That feels that is really visionary. And that's what I want for my child or for my community.
In addition to that, from a sort of foundational standpoint, the ends policy is the board's directive to me saying, this is what we expect you to achieve for the organization. And then the executive limitations policy is, it says you can achieve these goals in any way you see fit, so long as you don't violate any of these executive limitations. So that relationship between the achieve this and do it any way you want, as long as you don't violate these, is really important. If you get rid of one, then the other has two ways.
Yeah, and I just think the question, I guess, is the ends policy specific enough to give you direction? And for the board to have confidence that they've adopted a policy that they can monitor and feel comfortable about it. So it's about how specific that ends policy or something like it should be. I think it should be a little more specific, and other people, maybe don't.
I think, and I don't even need the granularity that we're talking about of the 80%, 20%, like that is not my focus. My focus is saying every year we look at the math scores and we see them either dropping or not going up, or we look at the reading scores and we see the same, or we don't have the FDL data that we think we would like to see in order to say, yes, our kids are doing well in that realm. And so the excellence in academics, while I agree that there's some of that that's captured in the competency ends, I don't agree that we've said it's really important that we want to see something in these areas. And we say it every year at the ends meeting. It's just not articulated in our focus. And I think that's my stumbling point, is that I just don't think that that's, if we just have the competency ends and we say, we'd like our students to be empathetic and tell us if they understand others' feelings, but we don't say, it's really important that SEL be a point of growth or a point of focus, then we could devalue that because academic stuff comes up and is more readily accessible for measuring. And that doesn't feel right when we're continually asked, how are our students doing, and we can't answer it because we haven't asked you to answer it in a way that is really pointed. So I guess that's my stumbling point and why I'm frustrated with our current ends. And why I'd like it to be a little bit more focused on if not one area, maybe a couple. I don't know. That's what I'm stuck on and I don't know how to remedy that. I was hoping you all could.
I have a couple thoughts, I guess.
Yeah.
One, it seems like there's two kind of models articulated to drive sort of prioritization of what, I think Lindsay asked what the strengths are. I think pulling thoughtful learning is such a strength of this already.
Mhm.
But I do think that we've just listed like, we want all of these things, and as was highlighted from the last one, like. We can't realistically strive to fix all of those day one, right? Like,
Totally.
there's gonna be prioritization, and it
Yep.
feels like there's two ways we might think about that. One is a bit more of a top-down version that I think Aaron is articulating. That we as a board have a responsibility, given our position, to potentially articulate some broad priorities. Not how to achieve those priorities, but where we want both our focus to be. The alternative, I think, Katrina, you nicely articulated a more bottom-up process, which says. We list all the things that are important and then turn that over to teachers, students, faculty, administration to identify those priorities. So I think it's probably worth a discussion to figure out which of those approaches we might favor in terms of setting priorities. Presumably, either could be effective at driving the direction of the school, but who's doing the driving is quite different in those scenarios. So that was the one thought, and I don't have a strong feeling about which priority is correct or which approach is correct. But I think that if we decide between those, that should help us decide what we do with the ends policy. And then the second one is about the sort of measurables and the 80% or whatever. I wonder if it's sufficient to have a line in the ends policy that says something that directs the administration through the strategic plan to develop specific objective and measurable targets and a plan for showing progress to meeting those achievable targets, I guess, but some language to that effect that basically says, we don't know whether it's 60% of students meet math over 0, 80%, because how possibly could we set that number? But we do want, as policy, to have some influence in saying, you need to set something that is a benchmark that we're striving for, that we can measure towards, that's realistic, that's potentially achievable, because in the absence of that, there's no way for us to actually assess whether we're making progress to the ends that we've set forth. That would be a middle ground that would allow us to direct specificity without specifically directing what that is. So those were my two thoughts in this. Could we kind of thread that needle with policy to get to specifics? And do we want to have that ownership over the prioritization of what I think is a really good foundation?
Yeah, and then could drive, make sure that requesting the targets we created around the NCL goal set. I don't know if that's but because that's where that missing piece, and you're right, it's been over and over again, right? Like, so how do you drive the creation of benchmark? I think that makes a lot of sense.
And to your point, if we do take a more top-down approach, that would also enable us to really highlight where specifically we want to see measurables, right? Where the focus of the data that's coming to us should be biased towards. If we turn it to a more bottom-up approach, then we'd have to necessarily leave it as we want to see objective measures in all of these domains, and then sort of rely on the administration to pull data based on the priorities that they and the students and community have identified. So there could be value in that specificity if we pair from the top down, if that's what we want to do. I agree.
So if we boil it down, if we can just figure out a way, so if we as a board decide that we want all the students in our district, majority of our students in our district, to demonstrate that they are proficient in math, as indicated by VCAP. How would we do this in the structure that we've got now? If the board were to set that goal, as Herb is asking, we're setting that goal, that by 2027, we don't have, we're not looking at these really low numbers and decreasing numbers. We're seeing an upward projectile, because then we do have a measurable outcome. And there, however the method is to get there, is up to anybody else. As far as the superintendent and the staff, but that we need to see that. How do we get there? How do we get from point A, given this policy structure that we've got? We set that. You know, how does that happen? And then who do we help hold accountable? Because ultimately. The taxpayers hold us accountable. You know, they look at the scores that are coming across, and to them, that's the most measurable means that they have of determining whether we're not meeting the needs of the students in our communities. So they ultimately hold us accountable, but then who do we hold accountable? If the strategic goals are set by this broad spectrum of folks, it's you eventually. But you're not, if we don't give you a specific directive, we can't then hold you accountable for that. So how do we do this? And it just a simple, I mean, I'm trying to, in my own mind, I'm trying to do this diagram, or what's the flow chart here? In order for us to reach A, what else do we have to do?
Essex Westford set an excellence in academics goal around math and reading.
Okay,
That's, I think, how they achieved what you're asking.
and how did they do that?
They just wrote it kind of like I have it, but they were, I didn't put specific language in, I just asked the question about it. But they set a target there for math and reading.
This is Essex.
Essex Westford, yep. And there,
That's probably online, right?
it is online,
Yeah. I'll pick it up.
yep. So that's how they did that, I think is what you're asking for.
Yeah.
Then it's directive without being, well, it's generally directive, right?
So was that
Without
in their
being specific.
strategic plan?
That's in their ends.
That's in their ends. Okay, so then back it up from there, then what does it look like?
And then the strategic plan would be built around what our ends say. And then those goals, we're talking about an iteration of the process we had last time and thinking about how we look at those pieces that build towards demonstrating that this is being achieved.
So is their policy a little more specific than our ends policy or what?
Only in that one area right now. Yes.
And I would say that's only because, I just would point out again, that's only because in their portrait of a learner, their community did not identify the academics, the excellence in academics like you all did in their portrait. So it's similar conversation to what you're having, I imagine. The board probably had a conversation like this, and what you'll see if you look at that, because when we were thinking about, okay, so how can we ensure that there's an example that really helps articulate what a portrait looks like in an ends? This one came up as both they use policy governance and they have a portrait, and they revised theirs in 23. And so it's still very aspirational, right? Like EWSD learners will meet and or exceed Vermont state academic standards in the areas of reading and mathematics. They're not saying a percentage or a number or a metric, but I imagine in their strategic plan, whether it's a 3 or 5 year plan, they have, laid out goals and objectives to achieve that larger goal. But what's different, and they, and so they outline, certain academic and SEL in that excellence in academics part of their ends policy. And then they go to their competency ends, which are the things that are not under the academic that you also have in yours. So, but I thought it was interesting when looking at theirs, it was clear that in their portrait, the academic piece didn't come up as one of their, branches, or their buckets. Whereas in yours, it came up from your community and from students.
I guess
that's neither here nor there. Like, I mean, if you all decide you want to have it very, very front and center, I think that's your decision. Obviously, I just think that it's still very broad in what language they use.
I agree that it's broad, but I also think that us saying that our students are skillful and knowledgeable, that they build and apply strong foundational academic skills, does not say we need to build proficiency. And I think that's where my brain is going, is that we we're very good at saying, yes, this is a pipe dream, instead of, no, we're actually saying, please target this. And I struggle with that, I guess, and our community is asking to struggle with it, so.
And
Yes.
if you really look at their strategic plan, that's where you get to the specificity
Right.
that you're talking about.
Mhm.
For example, all EWSD students will meet their growth targets in literacy, creating an improvement from 51.8% on the STAR reading assessment. Like the
Right.
specificity that they then put in their strategic plan is what gives us the roadmap.
Right.
Us, like, so we
Right.
know, the teachers know what assessment we're talking about,
Right.
they know what our baseline data is. They know what would be reasonable growth in a year's time, a 2-year time, a 3-year time, and that fits in the strategic plan.
Right.
Right, that level of specificity in an ends policy would be
Too much.
too much.
Too much,
I
and
agree.
assessments
Yeah,
change
I
over
agree.
time.
I
Maybe
agree.
they'll do the Vermont cap in 2 years, maybe they won't. So let's look at the assessments that we have now at our fingertips and make the strategic plan more of a living, breathing document and not the more static aspirational document that the ends is meant to.
Correct.
But that's why I thought maybe that middle ground of saying, we're not gonna tell you what it is, but we expect that you establish measurable goals that are achievable. Like, we can articulate that we want to see an ends policy that sounds a lot more like that than one that says 100% of students will achieve
Right.
success.
Yes.
Yes.
Right, so I think we can, in policy, shape the scope of
Yes.
the strategic plan
Mhm.
without defining a
Defining
strategic
it,
plan,
okay.
because again, I'm very reluctant. Even begin to think of how I could do that.
That's
And
what I
in
think.
all honesty, the measurable targets at the end of 3 years, processing the strategic plan were, to be honest, no offense to anybody who was doing the work, was kind of thrown together. I mean, we put some things out there that when it finally came time to do the work, we're like, what did we mean by that? How are we possibly gonna do that even in 5 years? Like, what assessment? Right, so we could do a lot better job this time around for that.
And I think it just would help us then to assess is there a relationship between what our ends are and where we're going?
Yep.
But also, Mike, I think allows you to say something about, you know, if you say, all right, we need some goals, objectives, measurable objectives around such and such, and we ask you to do that. It allows as a board to, when the monitoring report comes out, and the question is this a reasonable interpretation of what it allows you to say yes or no then, right?
Well, for example, the Essex Westford has in their strategic plan measurable outcomes. Every student will read on grade level by the end of grade 3.
Who is this?
This is Essex Westford.
Is that their end
This is their,
That's
this
their
is their
strategic
strategic
plan,
plan.
yeah.
So to me, that's pretty specific about how they're setting the objectives here.
And that ties directly into what their ends have said is important, and I guess that's sort of the tie I'm asking for.
But functionally, this would go back to policy and governance, I imagine.
Yes,
That-
the idea would be we get
With this
feedback here,
conversation,
correct, and then we'd make some amendments and then represent that.
So to that end, do you think you have what you need? Not to try to cut things short, but to try to cut things short, like, do you have what you would need to at least try to incorporate this broad framework in round, whatever that number is?
I guess the question I have is, just listening to the conversation, knowing that the greater specificity really is best lived in a strategic plan. The Essex language that produced the strategic plan that we were just referring to here is at the level of meet and or exceed Vermont state academic standards in the areas of reading and mathematics. The number of people sitting around this room right now probably represents a number of different definitions of what that means. So there's work to be done at that next layer in the strategic planning to really define that, set those very specific goals and articulate action steps that would get us there.
Yep.
But is that level of specificity and a policy level satisfactory to this board?
Are you reading from Essex again?
That was from Essex, yeah, that's their 1.1.
Yeah.
That's how they've stated what their expectation is, that I think is addressing Aaron's concern and maybe a concern that's shared from others. Like, does that do it or not, I guess is the question I'm trying to gauge, which I think helps inform
And
the
then
next
maybe,
layer.
and then maybe in what area, right? Like, so I feel like you gave us some options, math, reading, SEL, right? It's like, so would it be helpful for us to give, cause I like what you did. It seems like it's a good foundation we're building on. Should we give feedback about maybe where that goal might be, so you guys could think about how to word that?
Yeah. In that like type.
And I was sort of wondering, as Lindsay was talking about, I think, and I brought this up at the Policy and Governance Committee meeting. There's risk in adding language that didn't surface through the portrait of a learner, like we've engaged in this process and got a lot of community voice. And if we start writing things in policy that are different, maybe it's inclusive of, but in addition to the value of that process, I think starts to get a little bit called into question. But I don't think, and I think this is sort of the point Lindsay's been trying to make, I don't think anything we've been talking about here fits outside of what we heard. I think it's maybe a further articulation of what we heard. So I would see like this language I gave from Essex, meet or exceed Vermont state academic standards in the areas of reading and mathematics, could be sort of another layer of articulation within that pillar of our portrait of a learner. So I don't think it's different from, it's another layer to our portrait of a learner.
So what are our next
I think-
steps?
Yeah, so next steps. Yes.
that
Well, I think this is a really great discussion too. And I was just gonna say, like, I think policy and governance is gonna come back together on the 9th and work through all this feedback and develop a final draft to share back with the board. But Erin, maybe you could speak more to that, but I was gonna say at the same time, there's other things that are happening. So after the ends policy is approved by the board, then there's going to be a strategic planning team, which will use the revised ends policy to guide their work. And that team is going to be composed of youth and adults, Katrina and Patrick, and advisory council members and non-advisory council members. And so, but I do think, Katrina, like your suggestion too about having, some opportunities to get feedback from the board, to get feedback from other folks is going to be part of the process as they're developing this. So, that is the next stage. And that's why it would be great to I think the Policy and Governance Committee is working, to really put the ends policy together because that's going to guide the strategic planning process. And then at the same time, there's going to be, now that you have approved it, the Community Engagement Committee is going to host a community event to share back the portrait. Again, just to remind the community of what's really centered in your community and the revised ends policy. So have some sort of way to engage the community in an event that brings people together. And all at the same time, these Portrait of a Learner school-based teams at the elementary schools and the middle school and the high school are working on thinking about what does the portrait look like in action, or what does the ends look like in action?
I just want to chime. I think that's a good way to thread the needle that got described earlier. And I know I'm complimenting my colleague here, so maybe that undercuts my comment, but I do think finding that balance where the board stays at the general statement of outcome and puts the onus on the educators to create a plan and does it in a way where it's back and forth. Like it doesn't have to be that you stop here at the ends and everything goes into the hands of the educators. Why not have the strategic plan come back to the board for comment and feedback? Because what I heard repeatedly was you weren't getting the information you needed or wanted through your monitoring reports. So make sure that plan is going to give you the information, and why not build that in as a feedback loop so that you're not frustrated in the end.
It would certainly feel more embedded in the work, in the field. right? If we prioritize certain areas, especially if we're involving youth this time, I feel like that would authenticate what they're doing to then have an accountability to an audience of the board for feedback along the way. Those are good benchmarks for the team to have as well. Because you can get caught up, right? Like, we could take forever to decide which literacy measure is gonna be the one. But if you know, we gotta make a decision and let's just make our best effort and then go to the board and get feedback, you've got that sort of back and forth that keeps the momentum going, especially when we have youth at the table.
I think the focus would be confident and motivated. I think that we treat others as a reflection of how we feel about ourselves. So I think that could have a good impact on the other goals, and motivated, engaged, right? Like, I think that feels really nice. I'm wondering if when we're bringing the portrait of a learner to a community, and not necessarily to state this, because that's a lot, but on you guys to be like, revise our end policy, like, are we gonna be getting feedback from the community, not on the main parts of it, because they came from the portrait of a learner, but maybe on some of the specificity underneath it, is that, you know, versus just sharing it with the community, are we gonna like, they could give I don't know, like, is there gonna be more? Cause I feel like it's a lot to say. At the next meeting, you will have revised this policy, right? Like, is there a little more?
My impression was that there wasn't a little more.
Like, do you need anything else?
I guess I don't feel particularly directed. And I'm struggling a little with that, but I know we have other things to get to, so it might be helpful if you just send me some thoughts about what you'd like to see as focus points for the ends. What things didn't make sense or did make sense. I'm happy to send out a form to help collect thoughts on that. I guess I don't know how you're feeling. I don't feel like I know where I'm going.
I'm struggling with not being specific, but then hearing the board want to be specific, knowing that the strategic plan is where you need to be specific, so. That's where I'm.
I think we're,
That.
yeah, so I guess I'm gonna, if it feels okay, send out a form to just get some kind of feedback where we can chew on it and, yeah, I guess that's sort of what I'm feeling.
This is.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah, I would agree.
okay.
Thank you, Lindsay and Harry.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
You're welcome. Good effort. And we'll keep on the path with you too. So
Awesome. Thank you very much.
good night.
All right. Next, we have a discussion about fiscal year 27 budget, which was sent under a separate cover. You all should have received that in an email. Awesome.
I'll share my screen and walk through that.
Would you take a second to get up and stretch?
Sure.
Hours.
You're welcome to stand while I'm presenting, if that helps get you what you need and keep the meeting moving. Does that work?
What is he doing that? Yeah.
The yoga ball. Lindsay was class, and she's got a yoga ball.
Wait a minute.
Sometime.
No.
Okay. Moving on. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. Let's get rolling here.
Okay, so we're still at a fairly high level because of the three targets we're trying to sort of hit. And so I'm hoping from tonight's conversation that we can sort of narrow that to one of those three to do the deeper dive in around. The assumptions that are baked into this, we know the increase in the healthcare premiums, or at least we have great confidence in that. I haven't heard of a vote yet. I think we're a little bit ahead, right? On the healthcare increase.
It hasn't been approved, but it's been submitted at this level.
So same place that we were last time you saw that figure, but we feel pretty confident with that. We feel less confident with our long-term weighted average daily membership. That's our pupil count. That's expected to come with the December 1 letter. This is our estimate right now. Which is on the more favorable side. If you think about the three options we've been giving you in terms of the sort of the best case, worst case, this is leaning toward the more favorable side, which we're feeling more and more confident may be closer to what we're actually going to see. But the real number we don't get until the December 1 tax letter. And we keep this here because it does impact some districts. It's not going to impact us this year, but we don't anticipate crossing the spending threshold, which would have an additional tax impact for us to consider. There is some increased revenue, in particular in special education, tuition, and transportation. This does assume the CLAs drop by 3 points. Real estate right now is still hard to know what's really going to happen with that. CLAs should drop a little bit every year over time. We won't know that information for a while. And this does have an FY27 yield of 83.97. That's our assumption. Again, we expect to see something in the December 1 draft letter for a yield to use. This yield that we're using right here is more in line with the best case scenario that we were giving you. That assumes $90 million in one-time funds are used to kind of fill that $118 million hole that was created. We have reason to believe that the December 1 letter that comes out is going to have a less favorable yield, because there won't likely have been any action between now and then to officially state that there's going to be money used to fill that $118 million. So the yield's probably going to look more like if there were $0 applied to fill that hole. So at some point, you're going to have to decide what yield do you want us to use to make these projections. This one assumes 90 million. The difference in, I'll get to the impact of if the December 1 yield showed 0, what we would project that to be in terms of a tax rate impact. But this assumes the more favorable yield. Time will tell what the real yield is going to be. So I mentioned this is still high level. There's been a lot of really granular work done to produce this still pretty high level budget at this point. We have gone through each of the 1,800 lines of the budget, had conversation with building principals to really talk about, what have our past expenditures been, how close are we and what we're budgeting to what we believe the real need is based on what our historical spending has been. We've looked closely at the revenue expectations. We've accounted for increases in tuition to the Career Center, increases for transportation, increases anticipated based on student needs, salaries and benefits. So we've basically done pretty thorough scrubbing. For the most part, changes from this point forward would come primarily from staffing reductions or from our facilities improvements monies. Unless we were looking at making some cuts to places that would cut below what we have historically needed to spend on certain things. And the actual staffing implications will be determined once we get more focused on what's the target we're trying to hit.
Should I ask questions?
Sure.
Yeah, so on the supplies line, where does the general fund surplus come in here? Is that
not applied yet? So that's a decision point for this board, is how much one-time funds, which part of which could come from the fund balance, and there are other pockets of where that could come from, but how much one-time funds would you want to apply to the FY27 budget?
You can talk about it, one-time surplus or whatever, yeah. But that's where you're capturing that.
It's not in there at all.
This doesn't have any of that yet. This is saying, so this doesn't assume any one-time money is used. That's a conversation that needs to be had and a decision made by this board. To know whether to use it or not and how much to use is driven by what if we don't. So this is sort of the what if we don't scenario. So the first target, one of the targets you gave was to increase education spending by $1.7 billion. So what that boils down to is an education spending of 30,058,585. So this is the highest allowed spending that of the three targets that you gave. To achieve that target, we would need additional reductions beyond the scrubbing that I described, or the use of one-time funds, or some combination of the two, equivalent to about $360,000. From my perspective, if this board chose to use $360,000 of one-time funds to sort of get us to a point where FY 27 was palatable, that feels like a pretty manageable risk in terms of its impact on FY 28. If we weren't using any one-time funds and we were reducing this by positions only, that's about 4 positions. I thought it,
The scrubbing that you did, does that include all of the unfulfilled positions and through the attrition?
there's very little attrition in there, less than 1.0 FTE right now, because we know very little about attrition. And I didn't make any assumptions about taking out positions that are currently unfilled yet. That may be forthcoming, depending, like, and from my perspective, if the board was going to go with this target and we're within 360,000 without going to that extent of getting rid of positions that we think we need but haven't been able to fill, or other positions through attrition, then the exercise of identifying which positions and having those conversations with people, et cetera, would have been unnecessarily impactful on the organization. So that's why it stops just shy of going to that next level of really looking deep at personnel.
Thank you.
So I thought it was important on here for each of these to talk about the cost per pupil, because that shows up on the ballot. And that's really important. One of the other things that shows up on the ballot that I can't give you yet is our overall spending. And the reason being, our overall spending is going to be driven a little bit by how much of hitting these targets is going to come from reductions and how much of hitting these targets is going to come from use of one-time funds. If, let's say, we needed to reduce the 360,000 from spending, that's going to lower our total spending and therefore change our percent growth of spending from one year to the next. If we use the whole 360,000 in one-time funds, that doesn't change our spending at all. It just increases our revenue to lower our cost per pupil. So I would have to give you at least 2 versions of each of these 3 options, and we start getting into this, so many iterations of these things that it makes your head spin. So I didn't go there yet. What I will say, just top line spending, because that is on the budget or on the ballot. If we don't reduce the spending, that effectively, I think, produces each of these, because I think, yeah, let's leave it at that. We're in the neighborhood of about 8% right now, top line spending year over year. So that would show up on the ballot as well. When you sort of net out the revenue and all those things, our overall spending is up about 8%. So if we went with this target of an ed spending amount of 30 million and some change, our projected tax rate, based on the yield that I shared with you, which is sort of the more favorable, is in the give or take 11.5% to 14% increase per town. So I'll remind you that was the favorable yield, where 90 million of one-time funds was used. If $0, which again, we think is what the December 1 letter is likely to reflect, not necessarily meaning that that's where it's going to end up, right? I think Herb has brought up the point that, it's the politics are at play here, though they are very real. It's an election year. Leaving a $118 million hole completely unfilled has political implications, I guess I will say, and those will probably want to be avoided. How much of that gets filled? Your guess is as good as mine. If it's 0, so this shows if it's 90 million is used. If $0 are used to fill that, then we're looking at 20 to 22% tax rate changes for the same scenario.
We might as well go home now. There's no way we can pass it.
So, sorry to believe that. I'm having trouble understanding what you mean by one-time funds. So where's that come from? It's not the surplus, because we were talking that.
This is the
doesn't-
state level one-time funds. So
What's that?
the governor used $118 million to drive down the tax rates for FY 26. That's the
Yeah.
that's the whole we're talking about that impacts the yields, those
Yeah,
one-time.
no, I'm not talking about the yield. I'm saying when you say reduction slash one-time funds needed, what do you mean by one-time funds?
So there's mostly two places. We could get deep into conversations about more, but mostly two places that I'm talking about. This board has authority to use, we talked at the beginning of the meeting on the financial statement about a $1,020,000
Correct.
fund balance from last fiscal year.
General funds.
Yep.
Sure.
So the board could choose to spend all of that $1 million to buy down the tax rate for FY 27.
Correct.
The consequence would be that's a revenue loss unless we find another $1 million to apply for FY 28. That would be a revenue loss as we're building FY 28. It's the same conversation we just had at the statewide level, right? The governor used $118 million as one-time funds to drive down the yield. If $0 is used, that's gonna have a really negative impact on the yield. It's the same application of our local one-time funds.
Well, it may or may not be the same. I'm trying to remember what was on that sheet, that Floyd was talking about, and some of them, might be, I think special ed, you never know, right? So you had fewer expenses for special ed, but you can't count on that. But it sounded like some of them were, well, you just didn't need the money. And so I don't know whether I would fit that stuff into the category of one time.
All I'm saying is if you use $1 million, for example, as additional revenue to drive down the tax rate, anything less than that $1 million next time around will be experienced as a loss of revenue. That has to be made up for by reductions or increasing tax rates.
Unless some of those items were in fact, I mean, not through anybody's fault, but they were over budgeted last year. Or this year, I guess, right? That's why you have the surplus. So it's a question of, are you gonna need it? Are you gonna need it next year?
Right, but you're still reducing spending. You're debating whether the spending is needed or not needed, but it doesn't change the fact that you're still reducing spending.
You're reducing spending, but the idea of one time, it seems that it has a negative connotation, right? So you're gonna have to make it up next year. Well, what if you don't have to make it up next year? And I don't know where on that list of items, those things might fall.
The risk is that we're running out of one time. So this board has applied monies a few years in a row. And sort of like to fill the gap of things. We have a limited supply of money we can apply in that way. So I think the risk that we're calling out here is. If we continue to do that without any other plan to sort of back us up. We're kind of sunk pretty
Yeah,
quickly. So I think that's just calling that out, like, we need to be really mindful about how much we apply year over year in that sort of one-time way, because it is really. It's a one-time thing we can do, we can't do it sustainably.
yeah, I'm just saying some of those items. I don't know whether they're one time or not, general fund, 504,000. Underspent, some other underspent. In building the budget next year, are you assuming what we budgeted last year, or can you assume that you're not gonna need, X amount of money? Because that makes a big difference, it seems to me, in terms of whether you call it one time and being risky. I'm not making myself clear, I'm afraid.
I think, can I just jump in? I think you're going into what could happen in the future. What the focus needs to be is, in order to hit an ed spending amount in this year's budget that we're working on, it of 30,058,585, we need to do one of two things: reduce our spending by $361,013, or take money out of the whatever savings account of one-time funds we have, whether it's the ed reserve or our fund balance, and reduce it with a one-time fund dollar. So there's two ways that we can get to $30 million. Those are the two ways.
Yeah.
And everything you're saying is absolutely on the tape, but it has nothing to do with this. It has everything to do with, let's talk about all of the assumptions that we could possibly have going forward. This is just to hit the budget for next year at $30 million. With the staffing that we currently have, we either have to reduce our spending by 361,000 or pull out of our savings account 361,000.
And the reason it's one time is because we know we have the money now. We don't have certainty that we'll have the money next year.
The question is whether you're gonna need that money next year.
Or the year after.
Or the year after, exactly.
Nobody argues that, but this is the snapshot we're taking now, right?
Right, but if it's not, if what we're calling one time, in fact, you don't need next year, it's not a risk.
The problem is we don't know now what we.
I understand, I'm
That's
just,
the risk.
I'm just leery of lumping all of that entire 1 million into the bucket of, well, that's one time, and if we try to spend even a portion of that, will be a risk. I don't know that.
I know it's a risk. I don't have any question that it's a risk to insert revenue that is questionably sustainable. How much risk is?
I think we've dashed that around enough.
So projected tax rates, so this is looking more specifically at the actual rates. What's that?
I was just gonna add that there is a responsible buffer amount that we're expected to have, right? Like there was I forget what the percentage was, but there was a recommended amount of buffer to have on your budget for unexpected expenses.
We do try to include some funds in the event somebody moves into our district with a high need outplacement, $300,000. And to Patrick's point, we have scrubbed those numbers to where we're projecting as close as we can on spending and tightening that buffer. There's not a lot of buffer anymore.
But I feel like we need that too, right? And so I wouldn't be comfortable having no buffer.
None of us would.
We can't have no buffer.
Right.
Yeah.
But the $1 million that we're talking about, that surplus, is not the only reserve that we've got.
Right.
We've got capital reserves, we got the ed fund reserves, so.
And those
We're stockpiling money, to Herb's point, we're stockpiling money here, and the taxpayers are looking at it saying, well, you didn't need that $1 million, but we paid for it last year, so why don't we use it this year? And if we need another $1 million next year, then we'll have to budget for that. I hear what you're both saying.
So there's more fun. So I get through the next one. There's plenty more opportunity for these conversations. So this is the pre-CLA homestead tax rate. So the actual change in the rate, again, all projected based on the assumptions we talked about, which is about 8.6% increase before CLA. And it's really after the CLA that you see these. We know, is it New Haven we know that has reappraised? The problem is,
Says they should be having
Yeah.
April 20.
we decided to keep this here because it will misrepresent what people will experience if we change this to 100% here, because
Yeah.
people will see a tax rate decrease and they're gonna think their taxes are going down. That's not gonna happen. The rate will go down, but it's based on a much higher home value. So you might actually still pay more dollars out of your pocket in your taxes. So this we felt probably more accurately represented what they would experience. So we kept it this way, but just to acknowledge that there's gonna be a change in their CLA. And this is where you can see that about 11.5 to about 14% change. This is what it means in dollars per 100,000 of assessed value. The median home value in Addison County is somewhere in the neighborhood of 415,000, I think was last I recall seeing. So you can imagine what that means on the sort of typical home in Addison County.
Okay. This gets back to, I think, a discussion we had maybe a meeting ago around I mean, I get so frustrated with using the tax rate, given what our financing system is all about, because it doesn't really, you talk about a tax rate, but it doesn't really correlate with how much you're increasing spending or even all that much, how much actual taxes people pay. And, you know, you look at that final column, yeah, those, okay, so that, you know, you multiply that by 4 anyway, and that's gonna be your actual tax increase. And the question, I guess, is how much greater is that than what person actually paid last year? To me, that's a much more, if I, you know, from a taxpayer's, I don't look at the tax rate. I want to see how much taxes I actually have to pay this year. And I go back to last year and I say, well, is it higher or lower? That's much more meaningful, and it might help us in terms, I don't know actually what the calculation would be, but it might help us in terms of being able to show, you know, what your actual taxes and how much they increased over the past year.
So this blue column represents only the increase.
I understand. It doesn't compare it to what you paid last year.
I think the fact that it only represents the increase does compare it to what.
Oh, yeah, it does compare it, like, but it doesn't show the percentage. So how much is this going up?
So
No, that was in the previous one, the previous. Like,
here,
But not in dollars.
Not in
Not in
dollars,
dollars.
right?
So just
Yeah,
take
good.
the average price for
Exactly.
2026, and if you paid
Yeah.
$6,000 for your house,
Yeah.
or whatever the number would be,
Yeah,
and here you're gonna now pay 800 more. Right, whatever that is, 800 of the 6,000, now you've gone up a little over 10% in actual dollars. Whatever the calculation would actually.
yeah, depending on which target you.
And we should probably just pull that out of
Yeah.
the overall tax rate.
Because what I'm thinking in general is, you know, people are worried about the cost of living, you know, so they know their inflation's around 3% or whatever it is, you know.
I think the reason we've used this is because the math is pretty easy. So if I'm thinking, if I'm a Bristol resident, I'm like, okay, so in this scenario, my taxes are gonna go up about $250 per 100,000. I've got a $400,000 home, my taxes are gonna go up $1,000. That, from our perspective, that has been the sort of easy math that someone could do to figure out how much more money out of their pocket they're gonna be paying and how they feel about that.
Yeah, maybe it's more applicable in some of the other target, you know, the other scenarios. But kind of the way my mind works is, you know, people would love to see their taxes not go up any more than inflation, right? You know, they're paying 3% on whatever. I don't know.
Safe to say this scenario is greater than inflation.
What's that?
Safe to say that this scenario's rate
Oh,
of increase is
definitely,
greater than.
but some of the others are not. I don't think.
We'll see. So important to remember that 2/3 of the people in our community pay based on income, not based on the value of their home. So this actually applies to more people than the slides we were just looking at. That said, there are many, many, many different calculations because it's income sensitized. We have historically used the median, most recent median income. And so based on the most recent median income, we're actually looking at a decrease.
Can I ask a little bit more about how that comes out? It doesn't reconcile.
It doesn't make any sense at all. It's a formula based on the yield number for paying based on income. So you have two yields. A yield for paying the penny rate and a yield if you're paying based on income. And it's as close to a number as we could come up with what percentage of the 88,000 would be needed to be paid. And that's the formula coming out of last year's structure. And it's 100% not accurate, but what it does, the story it tells is if you're paying based on income, it won't be anywhere near as painful if you're above that 135,000, I think is the household income. going forward.
Definitely a tale of two stories. So,
And that will be completely up in the air until we get a yield number December 1st, which will most likely reflect no one-time funds from the governor and the legislature at this point.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's not real helpful, I'm sorry. No, that's okay.
so target 2 allowed ed spending to increase by 1.2 million. So it's basically all $500,000 less in spending than the prior example that we were looking at. So instead of 361, we're now at 861. That would be about 9 positions, if that all came from positions, and not other reductions or one-time funds. The cost per pupil in this scenario is just over 15,300, which is about a 4.6% increase. And the tax rate change here is more in the sort of 10 to 12% range, compared to the prior, which was in the sort of 11.5 or 12 to 14%. And again, this is the more favorable yield. If, thinking about what the December 1 letter would say, if it was $0, we're projecting this would be in the 18 to 20% increase range. So this is the before CLA. Just under a 7% change. And then post CLA, you can see calculation, and then really where it's in the wallet on the per 100,000. And then a greater decrease as you'd expect on the income sensitized. Target 3 reduced again, so now ed spending is allowed to go up by 750,000, which puts us about 1.3 million away from the target where we sit right now. We're about 14 positions, and this would bring our cost per pupil increase down to about 3%. So again, on the ballot, it shows your cost per pupil, and it shows the percent change from the prior year cost per pupil. So those are 2 things that would show up. And this is in the 8 to 10% range, using that favorable yield in the sort of worst case scenario where there's $0. This is in the 16 to 18% increase range.
So Patrick, my calculations are terrible. But the increase over last year, I think it was 28 million something. Ed spending.
I'd have to look that up. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Something like that. And so that increase from 28 something to 29 is probably below 3%.
Well, right. So this is 750,000 more than last year specifically. So it would be 750,000 less than the 29,108.
Right. I think it was around
low 28s, low to mid 28s.
Yeah. Under the rate of inflation. It's what I'm getting. Okay.
But we could do that. Yeah, 750,000 on 28.3 million ish. We could calculate what that rate is. Boy's probably doing it as we speak. I'm trying it.
28, 358, 585.
There it is. 2.5%. So probably pretty close to the rate of inflation. I don't know what the most current figures are, but
current is 3.
Yeah. So that'd be a little bit under then. So about a 5% pre-CLA tax rate. Mentioned the 8 to 10 post-CLA. And the change per 100,000 is in the 100 to 200 range. And again, a little bit more of a decrease for those paying based on income. So as is always the case in November, where we feel like we're getting close enough, we should be able to start zeroing things down, and we've received almost no information from the state yet to really have great confidence in any of this. But this is typically when the board has some conversations about where it is comfortable going from here. Historically, in recent years, it's been around tax rate increase and what we think is palatable. In other years, it has been around cost per pupil and what that change has been. And in the olden days, it was about year-over-year spending primarily. So there's definitely a few different ways you can look at this in terms of your level of comfort and overall spending that will give me greater clarity on what I need to do to hit a target going forward.
I feel like, considering that target 3 is assuming, right, that there's
Keep going.
90. Target 3 is assuming that there's 90 million, right? Half of the whole of 118 put in there. My thought is that if whatever plan we make, that one-time money that we have feels like a way to supplement if that were not there in the end. So we made a plan and we had a solid plan and there's one-time money and we weren't to get any from the state, that would give us our safety net for compensating for that and keeping a solid plan to move forward.
For 1 year.
Yeah, for 1 year, but going about it, planning not to use the one-time funds. But if that 90 million isn't there, we could compensate and keep our plan solid for 1 year.
Can I restate what I think I heard you say?
Yeah.
So if the state uses, let's say the state completely fills that one-time money gap and puts 118 million in, therefore having a favorable effect on the yield and having a favorable effect on the tax rate, and we probably therefore don't need to use one-time funds to get a tax rate that we think is feasible for voter support. If the state doesn't produce that, then we would, rather than reduce spending, use one-time funds to achieve the same tax rate effectively for taxpayers.
Yeah, so I was thinking, target 3 is as it's presented with the 90, the half. I think the 118 doesn't make sense to me with the Medicaid issues and all the other things, right? Like it doesn't seem reasonable to expect that to me. And so we go about the plan without using our one-time funds that we have potential for. And then if we weren't to get the 90 million.
Oh, I see.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so it's not. And I don't know, or maybe we need target 3 and one time. I don't know. I don't know how that's just my initial thought.
That was sort of how I was seeing it, was if we figured out which target felt most comfortable, I think the subsequent conversation would then be what feels like the best approach to achieve that target. And how much of that would come from one-time funds and how much of that would come out of reduced spending.
In terms of an actual target, my thinking is you can sell having spending increase by the rate of inflation. That's we're paying more, 3% more generally. I'm comfortable trying to convince folks that, that's reasonable because that's what they're paying more on everything else. That would work if I did my calculation right. That would work out to a target of increased spending by 850,000, which is slightly over the 750. But again, and you don't have to be married to those particular numbers. I was just trying to fix on inflation is 3%. I can sell that. That we were increasing my spending by 3%. There's a rate of inflation. That would mean a target of 850,000. And in terms of what you're talking about, I'm comfortable somewhat with that. I would just say that of the 1 million that we have, I'm not convinced that all of it's at risk. And so I'd be more comfortable maybe using some of that in order to avoid. And still looking at some reductions, but maybe not as many.
And just to be clear, I think the 3% increase in the ed spending is very reasonable. And know that that doesn't translate to top line spending. We could actually show a top line spending of 8.5%. While our ed spending increases by 3%, as we're talking about. And ed spending doesn't show up on the ballot, but top line spending does.
Yeah, that's true.
So that,
And
I don't think it's only a problem in messaging.
Yeah.
And how you sell it, as you said.
back to Hertz comment about the 3%, a 3% increase in ed spending, assuming we have these fairly strong long-term weighted average pupil counts, still reflects a 5% increase in taxes. Because that piece comes in as well as does the yield. So spending at 3% makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
But it's not gonna translate
It
to
doesn't.
what they see on the ballot. So if you tell
Right.
them we're only increasing by 3%, then they show up and see
Yeah,
5.7%. Oh, Herb was full of malarkey. What
yeah,
is
no,
this?
so, is the tax rate on the ballot or is it the increased tax?
So what's on the ballot is total spending for the new year.
Total?
The percent increase
Okay.
that reflects over the prior year. And then your cost per pupil and the percent increase over the cost per pupil from the prior
Cost per
year.
pupil.
And that's by statute. We don't have any
Yeah.
wiggle room on any of that.
But to your point, target three, you already calculate 3% as cost per pupil, so that would show up. Assuming that those assumptions all.
No, so our ed spending can increase by 3%, but with a decrease in pupils, your pure pupil rate of increase is greater than 3%.
No, sure, I'm just like literally looking at your slide though.
Target 3.
Yeah.
cost
Oh,
per
I see.
pupil goes
Target
up
3.
I see, gotcha.
I saw them up,
But not the 3, yeah, okay.
right, so
Yeah.
there at least, that would be in line with the logic that Herb is pointing out. Knowing though that on that same slide, that 3% cost per pupil is in the 8 to 10% tax change.
The tax,
I know, I'm with you.
it's crazy.
Mhm.
Target 3-ish, feels like a direction to explore.
So my question then is, how much one-time funds of the 1.3 million are we talking about? Because 14 positions will be impactful.
Well, if it
Is
was,
all of it an unreasonable suggestion?
For me, this is, honestly, for me, I see this as a gut check for the board, like, we're talking about a lot of change to address our challenges that we've been facing for a while. If we say all of it, like, we have the availability of all of the 1.3 that is available to us. It's a $1.3 million risk we're taking to. And the assumption, it's effectively borrowing against future anticipated savings. If we realize those savings, then it was a smooth transition to a new reality. If we don't realize those savings, it's a pretty harsh way to approach a new fiscal year.
and one of the ways sort of to mitigate that would be to hedge your bets a little bit and not use the entire one.
And so if that's the case, and we have to consider staff reductions. I'm sure you have an idea of what positions those would be. How does that affect? Like what's our need for staffing?
I think that's our challenge, right? So it's not lost on me, the kind of what feels like a dichotomy a little bit, right? We have the earlier conversation of the meeting was about ends and achieving great outcomes for students. And this is, okay, but we've got to reduce.
That's what I mean, like trying to balance.
Yeah, we're like, it's really hard. And it's not new. This is the 7th year in a row. It's been the same conversation, right? Like, how can we spend less and achieve greater?
Yeah.
And it's something we've been in pursuit of for a long time. We've tried different things, and as you can see from the ends report, we're not there. I can tell you from conversations at advisory council meetings with teachers and staff, like they're feeling the squeeze of do more with less, do more with less. The reality is we're at a point where we're probably going to be doing less with less, not more with less.
Of those,
My
14
perspective. Sorry. I think our teachers union was really clear that they want to see as few reductions in staff as possible. I'm also really proud of our board and the work that we've done on exploring education delivery options. And I have a lot of hope that in FY28, we will have a good, sustainable plan for our financial future. And a lot of the work that's happening at the state level is also aimed at clearly reducing funds. So I personally would feel comfortable erring on the side of using more rather than less one-time funds because of the unique situation that we're in right now with the work that we're doing for FY28 and the work that's happening at the state level.
And I would just add, I would be very cautious about how many eggs you put in the basket of this legislative session solving our financial challenges.
Great point.
Very fair.
No offense to
Very fair.
present members, but I think there's a lot of work to do for us to even begin to think about realizing it. And nothing that's talked about right now is going to impact FY28.
Yeah. And if you just play with the numbers a little bit intuitively, if we use $1.3 million to get through 27, and we don't recognize or find a way to save that money going forward, it puts us in target 1 with no inflation to our budget. It is staggeringly painful next budget cycle. To Patrick's point on the gut check, if we put those eggs in the basket, we're going to, that will be the number. Somewhere near that, or drastically making changes towards staffing. Because there won't be any funds to slide over.
So I wonder if, because we don't really have a sense of unfilled positions as of yet, and we don't have a sense of attrition as of yet, whether it's really a decision that we can make easily. At some level, I would be confident saying I'd be really reticent to issue RIF notices. Like, could we set a goal of, we may explore attrition and unfilled positions as they emerge to help offset some of that 1.3 million, and would like to rely on that to the extent that it manifests, and that you as the superintendent feel that those are places in which we could reasonably take advantage of those vacancies to the extent that it can reduce the one-time funds. I don't know if that's just a non-answer, but like, I don't know how right now you could say, I'm only gonna use $600,000 of one-time funds, because without that information, if we make that declaration, what we're saying is either you're finding those vacancies or you're issuing RIF notices so that we don't use those one-time funds. And I could be wrong. I don't want to speak for the board, but I have a feeling that I'm not comfortable saying that today.
It sounds lovely.
Yeah.
And time is not on our side, or timing, really, right? So this board has to decide what it's going to do with the fund balance from last year. And it either decides to put it in a savings account, or it defaults to reduce the tax rate. And so we aren't gonna know, like, I won't know. The only information I have right now about attrition is the only information I can expect to know before this board has to approve the budget in January. And that is the possibility of 0.9 FTE. Doesn't go very far with addressing target 3, but then it could be, the mechanism would be, I'm trying to think about using the ed reserve account, not the fund balance, because the timeline doesn't align there, but using the ed reserve account subsequently to pay for positions. I'm trying to think about how that would.
Could we have a lower top line spending, but ask the electorate to move a chunk of the $1 million into an ed reserve? Which would be saved as ed reserve for next year if attrition showed up. And if it didn't, the money would be in the ed reserves to offset the money we didn't ask in the general budget.
We wouldn't have the money in the budget
Because it's
for the current positions that are in the budget, so we would have to issue RIFs. And we would have to issue RIFs in January when you set that budget target.
Or, you know, the position, I guess it would be, the board would either, your choice would either be, so we would basically be.
But we could play around, you could do the same
Right.
shell game with the facilities and capital reserve.
We'd be basically,
Ask for $500,000 less in facilities. To reduce spending, so you'd still have every position budgeted. You'd be asking the electorate to put the 500,000 into capital reserves. And then you could always pull that out to whichever end you need. I mean, I think there are probably ways.
it's underfunding is what it is, right?
Yeah, it's underfunding, but putting money into reserves in case you need to spend.
Exactly, so it's underfunding with a plan.
Yeah, totally.
Right,
And
we're
I like
saying,
that.
we're underfunding in the hopes that. Natural attrition is gonna get us to where we need to be with a backup plan that if it doesn't, we're gonna tap into the ed reserve as one-time funds to fill the gap.
Exactly, and again, I don't know exactly how that works out, but that might be a way that we could.
I think that is how that would work out. That's what I was trying to play out in my head. Like we would say like, all right, we know, given all the positions and everything else, that what we need is 35 million. We're gonna budget 34 million in the hopes that we can achieve $1 million in reductions through attrition. And if we only get 400,000 in reductions through attrition, we're gonna use 600,000 of the one-time funds to make up the gap. And that is still a one-time fund that has the same effect, but that's, I think, how that materializes what you just described.
Yeah.
And the advantage of the ed fund reserve is it's board managed as opposed to electorate.
And that's where, even if it's not attrition necessarily, because we built the budget, the positions in there, we could be, you know, at some point in the year next year, realizing, all right, we budgeted for this position, we can't fill it, there aren't applicants. That's gonna free up part of the underfunded aspect of it. So basically it's, yeah.
So-
It's a strategy.
So.
I don't know if that's a good strategy. That's like
It is a strategy.
thought, but I don't know how you.
Sure, it's creative.
Yeah.
It's almost like creative because of the constraints of the timing of
Yeah.
not being able to know. And if you can't know, then it feels like your option is to spend the money and you say, well, we spent the money, or you riff. Or you take it from something, so you take it from facilities or whatever. But if we're not willing to do that, like, we have to have some other.
And one other way this could play out, just so you know what options you will have, again. Good or bad option, it's an option, and it's not unprecedented by any means. You deficit spend. You could spend more than the budget next year by $500,000. And the way you account for that is that has to be made up for in the subsequent budget. So you, either way, whether you use one-time funds or you account for it in the next budget cycle, you're gonna account for the money that you're lacking.
And if you've done some systemic changes to our structure that would generate the difference in the savings, then you're just effectively borrowing from yourself. Patrick and I played this out, and it's an interesting conversation. Not with peril.
So regardless, do we have to go to the electorate to determine what to do with this $1.3 million in surplus that we've got? Or can we apply it automatically to the ed fund without going?
I think you need voter approval to put it in either ed reserve or capital reserve.
What do you not need voter approval for?
To offset taxes. That's what it defaults to. So unless you act otherwise to put it away, it will go to reduce the tax rate. It will show up as a revenue.
And you could put it into the ed reserve, and then the board can
Withdrawal.
January or July 15th, say, we're accessing those funds.
Yep.
Board has authority to access ed reserve. You need electorate approval to access capital reserve. Ed reserve can be used for anything except capital expenses, and capital can only be used for capital.
So if, in worst case scenario, if the electorate, we build a budget saying we're gonna put that 1.3 towards, offsetting. With one-time funds, so, and they say, no, you can't do it. Then what happens? You're gonna reduce tax, we need you to reduce.
They don't
taxes.
vote.
So what happens to our budget at that point? It's been built on using that 1.3 as the foundation.
So you were just, let me see if I understood this. You were just saying that we would use the entire fund balance to reduce the tax rate.
No,
Okay,
our intent would be to use it for this budget, to bring down this budget.
right, and that is what the default is. There's no voter approval for that to happen. That's automatic.
Okay.
If there isn't voter approval to put it somewhere else.
I thought you were asking, but if you go to the voters and ask for it to go in the ed or capital reserve fund.
Right, and they
say
vote that
no.
down.
Yeah.
They vote
Then
that
it
down.
defaults to reduce the tax rate.
It defaults to the tax rate, and then we don't.
Could we play it the other way? Which is allow it to all offset taxes, but in next year's budget, include 500,000 extra dollars that's earmarked for the ed reserve fund. So now you're not voting on that. It's embedded in the budget itself. The outcome is the same. $500,000 gets into ed reserve. That's essentially coming from the surplus. But we're not asking the electorate to take that pot of money and officially put it in. We're just letting it do its thing, and then we're building up the budget apart from that.
This is the deepest shell game conversation we've gotten into in all these years of budget talk, but yeah, that's. It's all
made up.
It's several different ways to do exactly the same
But
thing.
that would protect against the vote.
Yeah.
I guess is what I'm suggesting. So there might be ways that we can articulate, like, this is fundamentally what we're doing. But this is a way that we can do it safely and effectively.
And to Herb's point earlier, doing it that way where you're allocating in the fiscal year 27 budget funds to go into the ed reserve, and then we don't recognize the savings, we don't fund it.
Right.
We just do not transfer that money over.
Into the ed reserves.
Right, so then.
Right,
that
and
is
and conversely, we have some attrition that gives us greater savings. That $500,000 example, you get to say, let's move $1 million of it.
I guess the problem is that it increases our ed spending number. So it would look
Right.
worse,
Spending.
Correct.
even though, so there are probably considerations like we don't have to solve now. But it seems like there may be options to try to take an approach that we don't today specify. Unless people feel like we should, and I don't want to discount that that's a possibility. To say, this is the amount that we're gonna carry over. But I think that comes with the back end risks of like, well, what positions or what
Right,
money
we
are we
don't
getting?
necessarily have all that information to,
Exactly.
yeah. come to that
Important
conclusion.
to recognize, we're in a position where we have some reserves, where we have some funding that carried over from one year that we have options. There are other districts out there that are deficit spending this year and have no idea what they're doing next.
Well, and we could very well be in that position next year, unless we do something with our schools. I mean, this just drives home the fact that there's no place else for us to go for money. We've got to look at consolidation of our schools. That's all there is to it.
Credit cards are about it.
That's it. I mean, and to have to play shell game, just keep staffing is ridiculous.
I guess I will. So I'm looking for some direction. I recognize maybe we don't want to land on something specific, but I do want to take some direction from this board so I can bring you back another version of a budget. I'm assuming you're gonna want that in December, since you're gonna vote on this in January. And a direction along the lines of, we don't want any rifts, we'll take advantage of attrition where we can. Works for me, and just know I'm somewhere in the 0.5 to 0.9 FTE range. That I can take advantage of now, and I don't expect to have any more information before the January budget, so.
I didn't quite get that. I mean, I didn't understand that.
So we have. I'm thinking of. We have one person that we know is retiring at the end of this year.
Yeah.
That represents 0.7 FTE. And we have one person that is currently on a 1-year contract that is 0.2. That is, and I'm not saying we can necessarily absorb all of that. I'm saying that's what's potentially available that I know about right now today. Which is what puts me in that 0.5 to 0.9 range of attrition that we might be able to take advantage of. Which does very little to get at the scope of the change that we're talking about here.
So what target are you working from?
Target 3.
Target 3, which is, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I didn't understand. So with target 3, you got 750, increase ed spending by 750, right?
Yeah.
And
Which
you
we're
need
currently
1.3
1.3 away from.
What's that?
We're 1.3 million away from that target right now.
Right, and you need 1.3 million in
Right.
either reductions or one time. But our one time is around $1 million, right?
Well, what I was hearing, I haven't heard the board say how much one-time money they want used.
That's true. That's true. And it could either be all of it, some people have talked about that, or a combination of some of it. And you got 14 position reductions. How many of those are direct teaching staff?
So again, that's just a matter of average total compensation for professional staff, average for support staff, and then average the two averages to get a ballpark of 14 positions equals about $1.3 million.
Okay, well then in one of the options that you presented back in August, you talked about keeping to staffing standards. And I think it was 12, 14 positions.
Yeah, somewhere in that range. That makes sense.
I mean,
to achieve that would involve riffing.
I understand. And I'm sure I'd be comfortable riffing direct teaching staff. That's what I'm trying to figure out, if you could do a combination of using some of we'll call them one time, I don't like the term, but if you call them one time, some of that 1 point whatever. And then some with positions that you don't need to meet the standards.
I think, yeah, I have a really hard time, and I'm gonna recognize that for myself, only because we don't have a direction we're moving in terms of where we want education delivery to be. And so I have a hard time discussing who's important, who's not, in the absence of a direction we're moving. Even if we're above what's expected for staffing standards or agreements, I forget what you're calling them.
That's fair enough.
And so I worry about saying, well, we could feel comfortable with, because I just don't know. I don't know if that's comfortable. Because I have an idea of some of the buckets we've looked at in prior years in terms of the staffing and things like that, and I don't always think that looking at those makes sense in absence of a direction. And so I have a healthy dose of fear around that, and I heard from our student body this earlier today, like, there's already a lot of stuff going on that feel fear-based, and we hear from our community all the time about the importance of having. So I worry about, we haven't said, here's the direction we're moving and what feels like how we're gonna do this. Yet we're gonna pick apart things. And so the balance is really tricky, and I'm just putting it out there to say, like, this is gonna be a really hard one. There's no way around that, and I have a really hard time saying, like.
I hear you, but if you say, okay, yeah, we don't know what direction we're going, so we're not gonna reduce staff. Then you're really looking at, using the surplus funds and whatever we can to, I would say, manage to a target of increasing spending by 850,000. Which is about, I think, what we have in terms of surplus.
I guess my point in bringing that up was, It's gonna be like really blunt, like, I don't wanna talk about who's going to be riffed in absence of a direction that makes good sense. And so I do worry that if we start to talk about that here right now, and we haven't made a decision, that the fear we're trying to avoid this year, because we tried the last 2 years to be really forward about it.
Yeah.
Didn't work.
Okay.
Um,
What would happen if we were to look at target 3 and just take out position reductions if no one-time funds? We don't even put that in there, and we just look at it as using, we'll meet that target 3 by using 1.3 million. From surplus and other funds, and we don't talk about RIFs at all. Then if we.
I really like that idea, Kathy.
Thank you, Meredith. But if we, that way, if we have more attrition, we will benefit from that. It'll lower the amount of one-time funds that we're gonna need. But on the other hand, speaking as a taxpayer, I look at any of the other options, and I'm looking over $1,000 increase in my taxes every year, and we're two retired incomes. Where does that extra $1,000 come from?
Kathy, is what you're saying now, I'm seeing a connection between what you're saying now, maybe what Mike was saying. So is what you're saying, acknowledging that the staffing and expenses we have in the budget are actually indicating that we need 30,400,000. But we're gonna approve a budget that has ed spending of 29,108,000, thus underfunding to hit the tax rate that we're saying is important. And we are going to hit that budget by either taking advantage of attrition, by recognizing that we have unfilled positions next year potentially that will help fill that gap. And then whatever's left, we're going to authorize the use of the ed fund to cover the gap in.
Well, when I read your target 3, your slide for target 3, and I see total ed spending of 29, that means that in that 29 million, 1.3 million is going to be funded by one-time funds of that 29, not to put us up above 29. Not that 1.3 is not in addition to 29. To me, the way that I read this, it says that 1.3 is included in that 20.
Because the 1.3 is a revenue, it actually is in addition to that 29. So in order to hit that 29, we either need to reduce spending by 1.3 million or increase revenue, which is what you're suggesting, by 1.3 million.
That sheds a whole different light, for me, that sheds a whole different light on what we've been looking at. So then it means that when we look at target 1, then really we're looking at a 31 million.
Right, we are that 29 million, which is target 3.
Yeah.
Produces, if we hit that target, produces an 8 to 10% tax rate increase. We are presently $1.3 million away from that. Which either needs to come from reductions in spending or increases in revenue.
How much, I mean, it's tax rate, if you did that target 3, what would be the increase year over year in cost per pupil?
3%.
So that 3%, I'm good with.
Are you good with a 10% increase in the taxes?
I'm sorry?
Like, are you good with a 8 to 10% increase in taxes?
The tax rates. I know it's gonna be a matter of trying to talk to people about, we're actually only increasing our spending by the rate of inflation. And the tax rate is always a problem, you know, but it's not meaningful to me, and ultimately, I think what people look at is how much more they're paying in taxes, not the tax rate.
Right, which is why I'm trying to frame the question. If you're saying a 3% increase in cost per student or per pupil is acceptable. But that's not what's gonna happen. It's going to be an 8 to 10% increase in taxes.
And that's the concern, right? If we play out an extreme example to illustrate the point.
Yeah.
If the cost per pupil on the ballot showed going down by 4%. but I'm gonna see a tax rate increase of 20%. I don't really care what your cost per pupil is. I care that I'm paying 20% more in my taxes. Is
Well, the
most
tax
likely.
rate isn't necessarily how much tax, holding taxes you pay.
There's more of a relationship between the percent increase in the tax rate than there is in the percent increase in the cost per pupil in terms of what people are paying out of their pocket.
I don't think we're gonna get anyone to approve setting aside any amount of money in a fund. When you have
That much.
10%.
Yeah.
increase. That's.
Yeah. So what's the direction then? Target 3 with what?
Target 3, use the 1.31113.
So that's what we need.
You're still $200,000 short of the current fund balance, which means you're dipping into.
No, but Kathy was saying use 1.3 million of one time, use the whole, use it all in one-time funds.
Use it all.
And that would be a
Go ahead.
combination of fund balance and ed reserve.
And
Yep.
that reserve, right,
Yep.
that's the piece I wanted to make sure
Yep.
that we're talking about
Yep.
both buckets of money.
And I hope that this goes in our presentations for future options, that we are utilizing all of our one-time money. Right, like this is the thing, like part of this is, look, 14 loss in staff, no matter what the configuration is that we have our students in, it's 14 people. No matter how you wanna shift it or shake it, it's 14 people, and that's a really big deal. Like, by suggesting what I said earlier, it was not to undermine the significance of that. I'd like to highlight the significance of that, and if we are taking this approach like that this is gonna be a new financial reality for our district, like this is an impact about what our future looks like.
Well,
It's a big
transparency
deal.
says, yeah, to your point, if we're going to go in this direction, we have to also say. And for fiscal year 28, it will be at least 14 staff have to go. Or more likely, it will be significantly more than that, because inflation is going to drive that gap significantly more. And that's a number Patrick and I can spitball, and as we get more clarity. I would say that number is closer to 20.
And also to Liz's point, the conversation we've been having over the last several years is recognized that in an organization where 70+% of the budget is personnel, when you're talking about needing significant reductions, it's unavoidable that the lion's share of the reductions comes from the lion's share of the budget, which is personnel. So it's never been a wondering about where does the money come from. It's almost always personnel related. Example, we've seen several budget presentations since June that say over the last 8 years, we've reduced 43 positions. We have been finding the savings primarily from personnel. So it's not a question, is it personnel or is it not personnel? It is personnel. The question is, what is the student experience and what is the employee experience for those personnel that are left in the end? And that's driven by what we decide to do. And what we're hearing from employees right now, and what we might suggest from student outcomes data that we've been seeing, is our employees are saying they're being spread thin. And our student outcome data is suggesting what we're doing right now is not working. Not to the extent that we want it to work. It's not the fault of anybody not working hard or any of those things. We've been trying for a long time to get more with less. And relatively unsuccessfully. We got the less. We're struggling to get the more.
And I think sorry, Beth, it's important to just tie into that comment Patrick just made. Our average increase in top line spending is 1.51% over the last 8 years. So when we talk about inflation at 3, our top line spending average is 1.51%.
And our ed spending has been pretty flat for the last 3 years. When we look at that, has been pretty flat. I think
That's what I thought.
our ed spending current year is maybe 200,000 or 300,000 more than it was 2 years ago.
Right.
So we've been we've been fiscally responsible, conservative. Been doing the hard work. And our thanks for all of that is 10 to 20% tax rate increase and more hard work ahead of us.
So I might just echo Liz's idea, applying articulation, that we do that with the idea too, that I think in the back of my mind, it's risky, but it might be a little bit less risky in the sense that I don't know if it really is those 14 positions. If it's 4 or 5 positions on average for the last 8 years that have been removed through attrition, that may end up translating to a fund balance, assuming that we're judicious and follow that same path next year, of $500,000 or $600,000 next year. Right, so even if we spend the 1.3 million this year, by not actualizing those reductions in this budget, you're essentially seeding extra money for next year.
Yeah.
If you don't fill those spaces. So yes, we're spending the full reserves now. But if we don't actually fill in all of those positions, we're not actually doing that. We're just shoveling the
The
money.
part I'm trying to just wrap my head around is knowing that like next year's fund balance doesn't help FY 28, it helps FY 29. So there's that skip of a year. So I'm comfortable moving ahead with what you're describing. And I think it would be on Floyd and I between now and the next presentation to play that out a couple of years.
That seems
Because of that budget cycle kind of skipping a year, just to know what. There's a lot of speculation in that because we don't know what we'll be able to achieve through attrition and whatnot next year, but we could play out a couple of scenarios anyway to give you. Kind of the bookends and maybe something in the middle and play that out over the next 2 years, 3 years. And see how you feel about that in December. And then we still have time in December to pivot ahead of a January deadline to adopt. If that feels okay to folks.
If that makes sense. When do we learn about the fund balance then that we would be able, that we may or may not have for next year? Does that come out of?
December.
That comes. December.
So that fund, that $1 million is pretty confident. I mean, the audit is 99% done, but.
Sorry, but you were saying if we had a balance next year, we couldn't apply
When
it
do
the
we-
following year.
Correct.
Right.
So we could not apply.
So just like
The
the,
balance that we're sitting on right now is fiscal year 25, that we're looking to apply it to fiscal year 27.
Right, so when do we learn about what happened in fiscal year 26?
When the year ends. So in June.
It'll be
30th, we'll know,
unaudited.
we'll have a sense in April, May, how we're gonna finish this year.
The audit will be November, December, January.
November, December.
But yeah, same,
Have a
just like we're
number
having a
that
conversation.
is-
Thank you very much.
That's when it's sort of official, but we'll have a high degree of confidence. July-ish.
I'm done with questions. Thank you.
No,
Super useful.
go.
Yeah.
Well, I mean.
Well, so I was.
9:30, we got nowhere else to be,
Direction.
9:30.
As long as you all understand that my direction is, we're using 1.3 million and I'm gonna do my best to use attrition. Going forward. That's my takeaway from this conversation. And just to clarify, you understand the risk.
Yep.
Which we will further articulate as we map this out over the next couple of years.
And that's assuming we get the 90 million from the state.
Right.
So, and we'll know that by the next time around. I guess that will help me a little bit to. If we get something, well, so it is, we fully expect to see a December 1 letter that has a yield that doesn't look anywhere near as good as the one we just gave you.
Right.
And
That's the way the game's
we
played.
expect that to be inaccurate.
It'll be the first card played.
So. I'm not hearing from you. Build your next budget presentation assuming the December 1 yield. Which is what we would have done every year prior, like we've never not used the December 1 yield that it comes out. I just want to acknowledge that, and
Why would we not use the December one?
because it assumes that 0 of the $118 million is used. To impact the tax rate, which in this political climate seems unlikely. No idea how much of the 118 million.
Right.
But it feels unlikely to be 0.
Correct.
For purely political reasons.
To give you a sense, the yield at a 0 on target 3 is a 16 to 18% tax rate increase.
Oh.
And that's what the December 1 letter will probably suggest.
And everybody will get look out. Every town will see that.
Yep.
And they'll talk to the legislature, you can't let that happen. We'll see.
And the session starting in January will be off on the right foot one.
Keep one.
And we won't have a yield completed until after you set the target.
Yeah, that's the real problem.
Because that won't be until as late as May, I guess, depending on when the legislature convenes officially and it's adopted and signed into law and everything else. So
That's the real kick. Years before you have to.
The foundation formula, that's what it is.
Yeah.
They can't give us a yield.
But
well, they
even
don't-
there are a million ways to look like a fool in this process.
Until we go to true trailing numbers. Right, if we were using last year's yield to build our budget, we'd know right where we are. And that's probably the prudent structure. But we can't transition to it.
Not without consequence. The
Right.
foundation formula will also take care of this. It's just going to be, this is what you get. Good luck.
So Herb, you can introduce legislation this year that mandates that they set a 3-year yield rate. Period.
Well,
And they stick to it, and if they, if they ain't got it, they gotta find some, just like we are, they gotta
Yeah.
find someplace else. to
I
live.
put in, actually requested some legislation be drafted. And, drafting legislation and getting it enacted is two different things. That would require that the yield be set before people go to vote on it.
Oh, absolutely.
And in this particular year, that there's so
I-
much to do.
And if
It's
done-
aspirational. It's aspirational.
If it's done in a 3-year cycle, you eliminate the biennium, that last
Yeah.
year of posturing for the biennium.
Yeah.
And
And
I
a lot
wouldn't.
of school
but-
boards.
While you're at it, eliminate the biennium.
I want to tell you that would do student counts. Because we don't have a student count
Yeah.
finalized till after you pick a number.
But even, you draft legislation, it's aspirational.
Okay,
Okay.
so are we
That-
clear with what
Aspirational.
we're sending out today?
Yeah.
Yeah, online books. Yeah.
So we're not looking
Spend
at
reserves.
we're not looking at any position reductions at this,
Except for attrition that presents itself.
correct?
That was the most work to get to a point of saying, don't do anything. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I know how time consuming this is, but I really do appreciate the work that you all put into it to give us these options.
All right, it's 9:30. We have a good chunk of stuff left to do.
What can we move?
Speed round. Finance and Facilities Committee update.
Super quick, we were following up with conversations, thinking about ways to share pertinent information. With ourselves as a board and the community as a whole, realizing that a lot of it is scattered. We came up with an idea to sort of create a series of websites. We are currently capturing information of concepts and terms, so just kind of giving a definition list. We'll have a page dedicated to finance and facilities. We'll do something about future sustainability. We'll do a page about kind of current and state and regional actions and regulations. Kind of these major buckets of information. Melissa has great notes in the minutes if you want more details on that. The idea is that that information is coming to me today-ish. I'm gonna then assemble like a draft of those websites, which we will then share with the Facilities Finance Committee to kind of refine and then ultimately bring to the board. The one important thing that actually came out of that was a discussion that we wanted to just quickly touch base with you all about, which was in terms of like best practice for determining what pieces of information are isolated and selected to add to this. The thought was that we'd initially propagate it and of course bring it to the full board for kind of a quick review. But the thought was that we might want to add sort of standing agenda items to full board meetings as well as our committee meetings. That at the end of the meeting, we'd have a moment for anybody to say, I saw this today and I think it was really important and it should live on this particular page. That might be the budget presentation that we saw today, for example, would need to go under a certain bucket. And once we had that sort of collective direction, we could then very quickly apply that so that people didn't have to search through certain minutes, not knowing which day that was presented. But we were reticent to do that without tapping into either the committee or the full board structure, depending on where the information was presented. Because we didn't want one person to be the arbiter of like, yes, this is important to put up, but this isn't. So we thought if it made sense to have these kind of quick check-in points at the end of meetings, this would be a way that we could kind of collectively cultivate. But we didn't want to obviously make that choice because we couldn't without chatting with you all.
You're thinking on our website, having a place.
We would have a website that was sort of dedicated to each of these big, broad areas that we think the public needs to know. But in terms of deciding what specific items go onto those web pages, we'd want to have kind of board consensus, thumbs of, let's get this up because it's really important for our community to be able to find this going forward.
Could we do that as committee update, part of committee updates instead? And so.
We could do that from our committee, but for example, like the budget that was presented today.
Right.
Unless you want us to wait till the next committee meeting to decide.
So I was thinking as part of our updates, like at our business meeting.
Like we could thumbs right now.
Right.
Today's presentation.
Oh, sure.
What I was, yeah, as an example.
Beautiful, yes, yeah, it could be at the end, it could be a committee.
Okay.
Or whatever stage makes sense to say, given what we've seen today. These are something that I would like to see on this page, and does the board generally agree?
Yeah.
And then if we say yes, then great, then I or Jennifer, or however we figure out the structure, make sure that that is clearly linked.
Yeah.
In the right place.
That sounds great, yeah.
That was the extent of ours. And then we have a few updates that are listed from Floyd, but those are all the minutes, so you're welcome to look through those.
Lovely.
So the other thing we didn't talk about, because I don't think we knew the community engagement committee was putting together some stuff that had a little overlap. So I think we did talk about, you know, how to bring things together so that we were kind of all on the same page here, but I mean, what's our timeline? I know I've got a deadline tomorrow to get something to you. I'm just wondering how we can share what we have to inform, you know, whoever's gonna go after the select board members, for example.
I
Hate to
think,
put you on the spot.
no, I think probably actually would be helpful to hear when we get to their update.
Yeah.
What their intended timeline was, and then figure
Okay.
out how can we work our workflow to
Okay.
be compatible.
Yeah, I mean, good, I think that's important.
Yes.
Policy and governance. I'm sorry, I didn't have the minutes for you from our last meeting, but you all saw the fruits of our labor in this one, so that was that. Second. Right, community engagement. Meredith, you wanna do that?
Yeah. All right. So a little bit of historical context. On September 10th, the Starksboro Select Board sent a letter to the select boards of Bristol, Moncton, and New Haven about our education delivery options. And I'm going to read a couple of quotes from this letter to you all. Dear Bristol Select Board members, we are writing with urgent concern. The voices of MAUSD students and residents are being ignored in decisions that will shape the future of our schools. Other quotes that stand out to me, exploring alternatives without giving a community voice. The board has failed to consider cost savings from administrative, contractual, facilities adjustments, excluding community input entirely. This letter demonstrates, one, that our Starksboro Select Board is unhappy with the level of communication that they've received from us, and the impact of this letter going out to other towns has understandably created a little bit of a stir. The Moncton Select Board immediately reached out to a board member asking for a presentation, which we still haven't delivered. My understanding is that there's some confusion in the town of New Haven about the work that we're doing and the timeline of the work that we're doing. So it appears as though our select boards are looking for some communication from us. And when we had met as a committee earlier in the year, reaching out to select boards was something that we had flagged as a top priority for us as we explore education delivery options. With that, we had previously talked as a committee about financial impact and the impact of our education delivery options on students as things that we would want to highlight in any presentation that we do. And the information that we as a board have right now is essentially our Truex Collins presentations, our presentation that we got on our in-service on August 12th, feedback from the staff from their October 2nd in-service, feedback from our Community Engagement Committee survey, the NESDEC report, our ENDS monitoring report, and the District Advisory Council's feedback. So with all of that, I put together a draft presentation that you all received via email, which we discussed as a committee last week, and we got some really great community input.
Meredith,
Oh gosh,
can I interrupt
Yeah.
for 1 second? Only because are we
Yes, ma'am.
jumping from the update? So are we in the
This is
discussion of
the update.
Okay, just wanted to be clear. Go ahead.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
This is so the update is going to take us to the action item. So the update from the meeting is that we had a lot of discussion and came to the realization that we need the board's input on A, do we want the Community Engagement Committee to present to the select boards? And B, if we do want the Community Engagement Committee to present to the select boards, what information do we include and what information do we not include? That is the update.
Okay. So then that would lead us down to the action item for our presentation for select.
Yes.
So moved.
Okay, Mike first.
Second.
I'll
Justin
second.
Justin got you.
What's the motion?
So the motion is about presentation for select board. So the two things that Meredith brought up that are in that are about whether or not we'd like a presentation and then the information provided. As the
And
discussion.
what's the motion again now?
Presentation for select boards.
So we would be approving this document?
We'd be approving if we want them to present and at what information. Not that document specifically, but talking about what information needs to go into it.
But I'm not really sure.
Since the motion.
Because, I mean, the note, it's a good idea to talk to select board. But, you know, we need to do that probably. Order of the day, needs to do that as soon as can. I not sure that we're ready to do that right now. I think there's a lot of stuff that the finance committee is developing that could be very helpful. In terms of not only, you know, the focus that this presentation has, if you're talking about content, but also, you know, what's gonna happen over the next, you know, how do we manage the next 5 years, right? Into the future, how do we be sustainable? And talking about not only, you know, the two options around closing schools, but also, you know, how can we do some budget type of thing to reduce costs? So I'm not sure that we're ready to make a decision about the content. But I agree that we do need to make presentations to the select board.
So this presentation is very much what we've done up until now.
Well, from some perspectives, I think you're right. It doesn't reflect, you know, it doesn't reflect, I think, it certainly doesn't reflect my perspective on what's possible and what we've been talking about. You know, not everyone agrees with what I've been talking about. And it doesn't reflect that. So we could either march forward and say, okay, majority of the board says this is what we want to present to the select board, or we can maybe take a little bit of time to try to reach a consensus on that stuff. One of the ways I think to do that would be to integrate some of the stuff that the finance committee is trying to develop. Don't know how that's going to work out yet, Mike. But I'm not comfortable with this presentation. I think it's focused on one particular perspective and not everyone's perspective.
And I would agree with you because I drafted this perspective or this presentation myself. And it is completely impossible for any one person to remove their bias 100%. And I will be the first person to own that my bias, as much as I try to turn it off, is going to shine through. I think some other weaknesses I want to call out for this presentation are it doesn't include any information on what the state redistricting task force is doing, mostly because we as a board haven't really come up with how we want to present that information to the community. So our community member had shared some really awesome resources with our committee that I've emailed to all of you that I think could enrich this presentation. Other ideas that were floated that we didn't come to a consensus on in committee is, do we want to just remove all information around finances and around how our options could impact students as we're gathering that information and just focus on these are our options and why we're considering them and keep it really simple? So
yeah,
that's kind of where we left it as a committee.
And it's really hard to construct a document, Meredith, and try to anticipate, what other people's perspective. I totally hear you in that. I just think it might need a little more time, or maybe a little more, maybe collaboration with some folks, Meredith, to get a better balance there.
Meredith, thank you for putting time into this. I really appreciate the way you've disseminated all of this information. And I think that the important part of what you've done here, and you had your hand up.
Yeah.
I think what the important part of what you've done here is that you've consolidated everything the board has been given as far as information and what we're operating off of right now. This is by no means the end all, but it is part of the transparent process that we're trying to maintain here without any individual biases, and just let people ask questions and we'll know better. With the Finance and Facilities Committee putting their updated website, we can get that out to people whenever it gets ready to go. It'll be a one-stop shopping. They'll have more access to information. But in general, this is a standardized message that all of us could very comfortably take to our boards and say, this is not the end all, but this is what we're dealing with today.
I'm not comfortable with the message that's being sent.
We heard you heard.
Okay,
I am comfortable.
that's fine. I respect
Thank
that.
you, Kathy.
Yeah.
Brad's hand has been up for a while, just as a heads up.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, Meredith, thanks for putting this together. I think that, as I said at the outset of the meeting, I just think that it's really important that the work that the Finance and Facilities Committee is doing and the work that the CEC is doing is aligned. Again, if your goal is to make sure that various constituencies, including select boards, are getting, information that they can easily digest, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me to have one set of documents going out of one committee and another set of documents going out of another committee. And I think that, I looked briefly at the documents you put together, and, there's a lot of stuff there that's good. I think that some of it, I would probably not put in, like, I think some of the stuff from the August retreat probably, is not appropriate. And I do think that, some of the, the recent material that's come out of the state, the Act 73, preliminary report and some related documents that have been provided by organizations that don't necessarily think that bigger is better and demonstrate that contrary to maybe what you personally think, Meredith, but that there's that the evidence shows that consolidation actually saves money. So I mean, I mean, we all can disagree on those issues, but to Herb's point, I think we really need to get a broad perspective out there. We work.
Agreed.
I mean, we work within this sort of kind of a closed ecosystem, and it's very easy for us sort of simply to go down this track without having some ability to put on the brakes and make sure that we're doing a full service to the various constituencies with whom we're trying to communicate. So, I mean, I'd be happy to, work with you on this and give you my ideas. But I do think that before any kind of a formal presentation gets put together, whether it's for the select board or for the community at large on some of these, really, important issues, that we have some board consensus on what goes out there. No, that's just my piece.
Absolutely. I absolutely think we need board consensus, which is, I think, why we as a committee didn't decide to just do this, why we wanted to bring it full board. I don't know if this is just a me, Meredith worry, or if this is something that we as a board are anxious about. There was some pretty strong language in that Starksboro letter to the select boards, and I'm worried that the town of Starksboro is really upset with us, and we need to fix that. And also the town of Moncton did very explicitly say, we're worried about what you're doing. Can you please come to present to us as soon as possible, in different language. So I don't know the balance between getting things exactly right and moving at speed.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
so that's yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. But I think some of the language in the preliminary task force report, which sort of rejects sort of the top-down approach to educational delivery reform or what have you, is pretty important. And I think that if Moncton or Starksboro or New Haven or whatever community is not happy with the board and the direction of the board, I think it's largely because of that. I mean, it sees it as a top-down, sort of, okay, this is the way it's going to be, and it's certainly the way to its credit, the task force committee stepped up and said, hey, look, we had a charge, but we looked at that charge, and that charge we saw huge flaws, and I think they need to be, and the overriding point that they made was that, look, we have to, first of all, we can't do this tomorrow. And number two is we have to listen to people and hear what they have to say. We can't tell them what to do. And I think too often, and I've said this, in this forum, in our board over the last year, too often I think we think we know what's right, and we start preaching, and it's sort of like the criticism of the Democratic Party. They don't listen. They just kind of preach. Well, I can't. Sometimes I think we're guilty of that. And if you want to know why people in Starksboro and or Moncton or wherever are unhappy, it's because of that. They felt like they're being preached to and they're not being heard. So I don't want to get too woke on you guys, though.
I guess I see this presentation as sort of a way to step out of that, Brad, because nothing that's put into this presentation right now hasn't been decided by this board. There's nothing baked in here that we haven't talked about.
Talked about and decided are two different things, right?
So we actually have decided. We've said these are the options we're looking at. This is what we've done.
I see what you mean.
And so in that respect, this is just saying, hey, select boards, here's the present day of where we've come to. And again, it's just giving that information in real time. That's not to negate anything else that might come.
Right, but how you present the information is very important, and what you include and what you don't include is very important. And if you looked at, it's, well, keep things the same. Doesn't say anything about, the way that Meredith has framed it, doesn't talk about cost savings, potential cost savings.
It
Drivers,
does, and it's very clear in here. The cost savings are all outlined in the Truex Collins report.
well, then I did distribute to folks the redistricting task force proposal. And it includes significant cost savings, okay? So if you don't,
With the BOCES model.
Which are available to us right now. We can work with the AOE and do that anytime.
fine, but you can't just say, all right, if we keep all our schools, it's gonna cost you X amount of money.
It's a reality curve. That's what it costs.
No, you have to net it against other things that you could do. And so, I mean, this is the tension we have. If we go to a meeting with a select board with something like this, it might make things worse.
I'm hearing what you're saying, but we're also against the reality that like, the longer we don't say something, the more they're going to pick apart what they want to know. And so if we say, here's where we are right now, because we haven't decided on those cost saving measures, which we'll get into, which I've put in the agenda later, in terms of how we build a framework for continuing to evaluate, where some of those cost saving things will be discussed. What are we looking at? How do we do that? What does that weight against other things? We haven't done that yet. And so then to wait until God knows when, to then have that ready to put into a presentation for select boards feels too far away.
I just think you could put something together for select boards in a presentation that was a little more balanced than this.
Well, I think you put something together for start.
I guess I'm wondering what the balance is when this is what's been decided. Like, so the other half, we haven't done the work you're asking to put in here.
Not.
Right, we haven't done.
Not for lack of trying.
Well, because that's part of the iteration of figuring out we can't take 16 options and do all that work we talked about in terms of getting to where we really want to be, but with 3 options we can. And so that's the next step, is really digging into what you're talking about. We haven't done that yet. Can't present on something we
Use a little bit
haven't.
of time to try to work on this presentation, so you don't get into a situation where you have more tension.
I guess could you tell me what the tension is that you suspect will happen when we give them where we are today?
I think that I'll just speak for Starksville. If they look at the language that's included in this option 1, they're gonna say this is not a complete picture.
And we look forward to gathering their questions. And we look forward to bringing those back to the board to complete
Yeah,
the
but
picture.
in the meantime, they'll be thinking, well, you didn't talk to us when you started down this.
They had every option to come to our meetings, to listen to all of this,
And
just
they-
like I have every option to go to my Moncton Select Board meetings too,
Okay,
to get all the information.
I guess
That's
I
been
think I'm
presented.
trying to balance, like, how do we present and get what you're asking for, and then do the iterations we need to do to get to our final destination.
why don't we spend at least just another week or 2 to try to work together on something that we can feel comfortable with?
Well, and this isn't finalized, so the idea was to do more like my understanding, like Mike was talking about, and some information to go there. I believe we would be hoping to maybe be able to complete it at our next CEC meeting, correct me if I'm wrong, Meredith, right, like it's not finalized. Right?
Oh,
So,
I thought this was.
like, I feel like we've said, like, there's more that we could put to it, right, like, we know that.
Well, I don't know what the action item is.
Can I?
Go ahead, Meredith.
Can I interject for a second here? Thank you, Liz, because I think that's a really important point. And I think, Liz, what you and I and Barb and Beth and the committee really needed the board's input on were a couple of distinct topics about this presentation. So can I ask you all some really specific questions about this presentation and get a temperature check? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Erin, is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Yes or no? Should the CEC presentation include information on what the state redistricting task force is doing? And I can't see them. So Erin, if you could just tell me.
Thumbs up if yes, thumbs sideways if you could live with it or not, and thumbs down if.
Yeah, I mean,
I
I
mean,
think
the task-
we're, the task force didn't do anything.
Hasn't done anything, and it's important to note that that vote that they took was not unanimous. I mean, the task force, there were other dissenting votes.
Yeah.
Claiming that in fact, the task force did not fulfill the charge that it was given by Act 73. So I'd say.
Did I ask maybe just a question of Meredith before, like, I'm a little lost and not through any fault of yours, to be very clear, of like, what's our overall?
I will take all the faults.
No, like, what's the intention here? If it's to dispel questions about process, then that leads to one set of information being presented. If it's to articulate cases for the need for change or the specific change that we might be pursuing, to me, that calls for a totally different set of information. So I have a hard time answering this first question of like, should we include about the state task force without knowing kind of the overall goal of these presentations? Because some of that information is absolutely available public, like it's a state task force. We didn't do that. So yes, we could go and give them that information, but we could also give them definitions of all, like, there's lots of information available. It makes sense to include it if it furthers the goal of this presentation. And not to if it doesn't. And I don't know what the goal is right now, to be honest.
One set of talking points that we're all speaking from there that is unbiased. We're simply presenting what the materials that the board has that we're working with right in this time frame.
But the talking points to what? To like articulate just that we're doing change, or to articulate the rationale for the change?
It's all part of the same process. Why? This is the rationale. This is the change that we've got to have some change coming down, and this is what we're dealing with right now. Meredith, I don't want to speak for you. This is your committee.
No, I don't want to speak for me either, honestly. So I appreciate that, Kathy. I think it's easy to lose the thread of the purpose behind this. I think I might have personally lost it a little bit myself, but the way that I've seen our committee wanting to do things like this is to be a connection between the work the board is doing and our communities at large. So I see this as disseminating information in a way that is digestible, that is instilling community trust in the work that we're doing. And I think we also have to take into consideration the fact that there is this letter that was circulated and our select boards are unhappy with us. So I think well, not all of them, the Starksboro and the Moncton Select Board have indicated displeasure in how we've handled things. So I think process is part of it. And also, we're doing this because we do need to make change, and any change, any one of our three options is going to require extensive change, and we're going to need our community support to go forward with any of the three. So that is my ineloquent
That's good. Thank you.
thoughts on the goal of this presentation. So, yes.
I have some thoughts, unless you know more than I know, Meredith. It wasn't my understanding that the Moncton Select Board was unhappy with us. It's that they got information from the Starksboro Select Board and they wanted to hear from the board as well. They wanted clarity more so rather than being unsatisfied.
That's a great point, Kylie. I watched the Moncton Select. No, I watched the recording from the Moncton Select Board where they received this letter, and there was one member in particular that was expressing a lot of unease and displeasure. So I might be extrapolating that one member's displeasure for the whole select board inappropriately. So that's a great call out.
And then my other thought is if giving like just a quick little 1 to 3 liner on what the districting redistricting task force is working on could help them understand kind of what we're dealing with, I guess that doesn't hurt. That's why I'm like, if
Yeah, I think that's accurate because without context from what the state's doing, even though, as everybody knows, it's constantly a hot potato, it's moving all over the place all the time. At least it's a point of reference that speaks to change that's happening. I think it's relevant information, even though it's always changing. I think it's important, and I think too, having a consistent message, it's not necessarily having I think it's important to have consistent messaging in terms of the presentation. These are the options, but to have I think more neutral verbiage.
And that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
So, Brad volunteered, I know, to work with you, Meredith, and I would too. If we just had maybe a little more time, we could try to, put together some content that would be acceptable to everyone. That's the offer. Brad, you volunteered too. Just some way to get us off, this back and forth here. Maybe we can come up with a document that we can agree on.
Herb, Brad, I'm 100% aligned on that, but there's just some more specific questions that we need clarity on before we do that, if that's okay with everybody.
Yep.
Okay. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Should we only include priority 1 information from the Truex Collins report? Right now we have priorities 1, 2, and 3, or should we keep priorities 1, 2, and 3, or only include priority 1 information? Let me rephrase. Thumbs up for only priority 1 information. Thumbs down to leave as is.
Can't remember exactly what priority 1 is, but I think they were the highest need, Meredith, is that it?
Yes. Yes.
I think that's a more fair representation of what our needs are.
And I think.
How does everybody else feel?
Including all of them is much more representational because you never know how fast a level 2 can become a level 1 or a level 3 becomes a level 1 with older buildings.
all right, excuse me, so I'll try to get on Zoom.
No worries, thanks.
I've got a baby that needs me.
Me too. So do you want a thumbs up, thumbs down?
Yes, thumbs up, thumbs down on only including priority 1 information. Please, give us direction on this. Okay.
I think no.
Okay.
So include priorities 2 and 3.
Okay. Next question. Our community engagement committee has received a wealth of information on the community impact of closing small schools that the board has not yet discussed. Some are from the New York State School Board Association. We have papers from the Fordham Institute. There's a UVM study in there, and there's the entire CISA presentation that was written by Rebecca Holcomb. We haven't discussed this as a board. I've read through all of it and more. I've spent probably 100 hours in the past week reading through this information. I'm currently fun employed and I had nothing better to do. It's good information, but we haven't discussed it yet as a board. So thumbs up, thumbs down. Should information from those sources be included in this presentation?
And a great deal of I've read some of that as well. Meredith, and it's all, so a lot of it is outdated and not applicable to our standards, so. Then I would say no, it's not pertinent at this time.
So
Thank
we
you.
got 5 thumbs down and 3 thumbs
Why are
up.
we doing this? What?
We're doing this because we make decisions as a board. And it's important that if we're
Okay.
presenting information or thinking about how to present information, that the information that's on there is decided as a board.
It's just a very different process than actually trying to work with people around the language.
Herb,
You know?
Herb, I promise I'm going to work with you. I promise that we will work together on this. It's just, these were contentious from our meeting. I have 2 more questions. I promise we can get through this quickly. Next question. Should we remove all information pertaining to finances or the potential impact of each model on students?
Should we? No, we should not.
I think it depends what the information is.
Okay.
We're a mixed bag.
Well, what's in here is basically the direct question. Yes.
Finance and impact on students, 2 different points. Don't have to roll them together.
Well, I mean, that's what was the basis for the impact study. Was they
Sure.
were all included in it.
Sure,
The
but you
impact on
can say,
students.
but if the question is. Do we include the finance or yes, no? And do we include the impact on students? Those are 2 very different focuses. That I think the board's view would be appropriate on.
Okay. Should we include the financial information that we as a board have now in this presentation? Yes or no? Are we a mixed bag, Aaron, or are we? What?
Mostly thumbs up yet, right now. We have a point though. Go ahead, Herb.
It really depends what the content of the financial information is. And you can present financial information in all sorts of different ways. And might be able to reach a consensus on that. And maybe we won't. But like I said, I think it's worth a try. And I don't know how to answer that question.
I am the first person to admit that I am financially illiterate. So I think knowing that the board wants us to keep that information in there and knowing that Herb, you, Brad, and I can finesse the information to make it more palatable
I'm not sure.
lands well with me personally. Do we, thumbs up or down, want to include information on how each option could impact students? Thumbs up, thumbs down.
Positive and negative, or?
Just.
Yes, positive, the way it's presented.
All of the information from the presentation is pulled directly from the District Advisory Council information that they sent us, I think 2 weeks ago. So just, should we include the info? Yeah.
The advisory council summarized the survey of staff, and it had a lot of very, very interesting stuff in it. There wasn't a whole lot of consensus. You can pull out some things from that in order to buttress some argument. I don't know how to answer that question, Meredith. I'll abstain, it'll go in.
Herb, I'm sensing that you're upset and I don't want to upset you and I want to take the temperature down and I have a tendency to steamroll and I think I'm steamrolling here. So
yes,
it's also late.
I think the impact is an interesting question because we haven't gotten into that and we don't actually know. We have an idea of potential impact, but I don't think we've actually explored impact. I would worry about saying we know what the impact is. I don't think that's true.
Well, it's how we compare that with the financials, right? Like, so I feel like if we,
Well, it define impact then.
right, like, so impact on students, and if we compare that with the financials that we also don't have fully fleshed out, right? Like, if it's made clear at the top of the deck that this came from a survey or something to define the impacts that we have at this time, but that they're not fully fleshed out, because I see it comparable with the financials, we're not where we want to be. This is what we have right now.
And just for the advisory council did two different things. One was summarize the survey from lots of folks. And a separate one was share their perspective as a representative group of the group. So those are
I was thinking of the five.
similar, but two different things.
I was thinking of the 5-pager that I thought had a lot of very comments, very, very insightful, but not really. There were a bunch of a variety of perspectives.
But the document Meredith referenced from 2 weeks ago was the advisory council's view on the benefits and disadvantages of the options.
But that's a good point, right? If you had the 1-pager or 2-pager, I think, of their summary, you would conclude one thing. If you looked at the 5-pager and had a variety of different perspectives, you might think, well, we got to think about this some more. So which particular document you choose to include in the presentation makes a lot of difference. One is going to be interpreted as, oh, they're trying to sell us on something. And
They're both included, by the way.
What's that?
They're both included.
I don't have anything more to say.
This did not go the way that I wanted to run this section of the meeting. And I am sorry for raising the temperature. That was not my intention. To summarize what I'm hearing. No. It's 10:15. I'm 34 and I'm an idiot. So that was a joke. You guys can laugh.
But I don't think you raised the temperature. I think you just uncovered what the sore spot is with this particular issue. I don't think you did anything to increase any kind of animosity. So please take that off your shoulders.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, Kathy.
Thank you. So I think what I'm hearing is really make sure that in this presentation, just focus on what we know. So we can include a little bit on what the task force is doing, have more neutral verbiage, keep all the information from the Truex Collins report with the impact on students. We don't know what the impact on students is going to be yet. So maybe we can rephrase and have a section on staff feedback and district advisory council feedback, and that might feel more neutral. And also Brad, Herb, and I have some homework to do. And I will be putting a meeting on all of our calendars first thing tomorrow morning because I'm not going to stay up any later than this meeting. Is that a fair representation of what I heard from everybody today?
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you all so much. I very much appreciate you spending the extra time going through this for our committee. Liz, Kristen, you guys feeling good?
Thank you.
Given where we're at here.
Thank you.
In relation to an action item.
Yep.
Would
The work for the presentation for this.
we be authorizing continued work on the
I guess
presentation for the select board?
Yep.
At an as of yet determined.
Yep.
Time?
Yeah.
I'll second
Do we need an action?
What's
for
the
that?
friendly amendment?
We probably don't really need an action. for that.
Well, there was an action on the table, so it's just a friendly amendment.
Vote it down?
Well,
or-
there was question at
As
that,
to whether we should.
we needed direction to that we as a board wanted, even just if we just do the select board part, that it makes sense for us to go to. select board.
Okay, so it's useful to have that. So
That's
the motion I'll make to actually articulate it is to authorize community engagement committee and others who are from the board who are willing to engage in the process to continue to refine this presentation to be presented to select boards at an as of yet to be determined date.
What was the rule? To To be revised, I didn't quite hear.
Yeah, to revise the presentation. Of
Okay.
the Community Engagement Committee and other board members as they see fit. To ultimately present this. To select.
Is it gonna come back to the full board or not?
Yes.
Yes?
I don't know, sure.
Well,
It's fine with me if it does. I think the idea would be to go to CEC first.
oh, yeah,
So I think eventually.
okay,
That seems like a good plan.
just a question.
Does CEC have another meeting before our next full board meeting?
December 9th.
So could we look for a final report or as close to a final report on in our December meeting?
Right, that would be the fluff of the 15th, I wanna say, of December 16th.
Yep.
Yeah.
Starksboro representatives, do you think the Starksboro Select Board will be okay if we put off meeting with them until their January meeting? Like, is this situation such that we are harming our relationship by not saying anything to them? Or just want to make sure we consider that.
We can fill them in.
We didn't start
Okay,
this.
thank you.
When it's ready.
It's ready when it's ready.
Yep.
Okay, good.
Well, we could send out invites before that.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion Mike made, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion passes.
Thank you all so much for taking time to discuss this today. I really appreciate everybody.
Thanks, Rhoda.
We had an update with the work for Truex, maybe, yes?
Very quick, yeah.
Quick,
So there are effectively two things happening right now. One is Truex is initiating a site feasibility study to inform what makes sense for what buildings in these scenarios. And simultaneously working with the District Advisory Council to talk about programming in each of the scenarios. So those are two things that'll be happening in parallel. It'll take about 10 weeks to do those two things. And that positions us for the sort of last phase, which is to bring those two things together. So we'll know what can or can't happen or what it'll take to make things happen in our different buildings from that site feasibility. We'll have what does the programming really look like in depth for each of these options that we're looking at. And then sort of marrying the two together with the sort of the final phase, which is mapping that into the buildings that have those sort of in their feasibility factors. So
by February after our budget presentations.
So I'm thinking sometime in February, we'll have the feasibility and we'll have the programming. And it'll be sometime after that, that those two will get put together in that final phase.
Is the report gonna include beyond first year in terms of the three different options?
So when you say
Because
beyond-
I'm thinking of a 5-year sort of horizon for the stuff we're doing in the finance committee and for the future.
This is gonna focus less on the finances. This is gonna look at like, what's the septic capacity of each of the, so from a site feasibility standpoint, it's gonna look at like, what would it actually take to make one of these buildings into something like we're talking about one of these options? Given the topography, looking at the site infrastructure, looking at all those factors, just from like a physical plant standpoint. And then sort of marrying that on, as we're talking about programming, that's gonna determine what space needs might be in any one of these scenarios. And then we sort of look at, so what's the space needed to deliver the programming? What's the feasibility of the various sites? And that will help. Because right now, it feels great that we've narrowed it down to 3 options. But when you talk about the various iterations of what schools are what, there's really like 15 options still on the table. And the site feasibility study is intended to try and help us narrow that down a little bit because we don't want to pay Truex to do all 15 iterations down to the concept design stage. That's going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. So if the site feasibility brings us to a point where it's clear what buildings can be and what they can't be, that at least narrows it down to some extent, especially when we map it onto how much space do we actually need to make a pre-K through grade 2 school or a grade 3-5 school or 2 K5s or whatever that looks like.
Are there gonna be numbers associated with that cost numbers?
From a construction standpoint, I think, yeah. And we could also be thinking about the staffing. The staffing will structurally look similar to what we've been already working at, because we've kind of mapped out staffing a little bit. There may be some adjustments as we really fine tune that and think about part of the task, and this sort of stemmed from the last board meeting, was let's not just think about what we are currently doing or have done in recent years, but let's take this as an opportunity to think differently about how we do things. So for example, if we're gonna create a middle school that is 6 through 8, let's not necessarily think about our current middle school design and just map it onto that. Let's think about how would we do middle school really well if middle school is a 6-8. And in all the scenarios we're looking at, if we're doing 6-8, that means they're at Mount Abe. And so what would it look like programmatically, and what architectural needs will be needed to make the program what we want it to be? And some of that is the connection to the last meeting. Someone in the community said something about, magnet schools, which sort of brought back this idea of creating some innovative programming in a variety of places. And so what could that be? What could that entail? And how do we want to bring that in? So it's not just focusing on either holding on to as much as what we've done as we can, or this idea of what we're losing, but really thinking about something innovative and different that people might be able to get excited about.
Yep.
And that may reduce the potential savings a little bit, but I think still produce savings, and we can talk about whether we enact those things or not, but we can at least think about it from that sort of a value add perspective.
Great. More to come then.
More to come. Probably not till February.
Great. Then there's a discussion item that's building a framework for evaluating the future options, and this is my first thought process. So the idea is for you all to tell me what I'm missing, what doesn't feel good, what does feel good. And at the very bottom of that rubric, there's a potential process that I outlined. Again, you tell me what feels good, what I'm missing, all the things. I know it's late and we have one other thing to do, and so digging through this right now maybe doesn't feel feasible. I'm happy to sort of provide another survey, if you will, where you can give me the feedback about this.
Why don't you, it might be another lengthy discussion, so maybe it might be helpful for us to just send you some thoughts.
Yes.
Then we won't have to get into it.
Yep, I like that idea. Okay, that's what we'll do. Okay. Public comment? I don't see any public comment at this time. So I'm gonna then move down to our executive session, which is under T1 VSA 5313A3, which is evaluation of a public officer for superintendent eval. Can I get a motion to enter?
So moved.
Second.
Kathy first, Justin second. All those in favor of entering executive session at 10:25 PM, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. So we'll get a second to get situated. Create a breakout room for those of you online.